Hello there. How's it going? Good evening and welcome. How's everybody doing tonight? Sorry, I'm checking a couple different things. I'm also trying to figure out one of the telescopes. It's the always the guest mode issue. All right, that's why. Yeah, let me hello SMA Sky, good evening. Hello Wiley Sight. Oh, hey there. Hi Gary, how's it going? Good evening Turf. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah, so I set up a couple of the scopes a while back and or earlier this evening, and I started imaging and just getting everything kind of calibrated and ready to go. And except for the AltAz one, which I thought it basically was the problem with guest mode, and I could have fixed it remotely, it turns out, because it was actually the Raspberry Pi that was holding on to it. So tired. Oh, that's too many late nights. That can be tiring. Hello, Iceland. Hi there. Good evening, and well, that's glad you're doing better now. This is Kevin. Good evening. Yeah, still cloudy in Minnesota. That's too bad. Well, we had a stretch of cloudy weather, but last night was clear, and tonight's actually pretty good. On the, I mean, for here at least. Before the stream, the other thing I was doing is I was going through some photos from last night. Just kind of, I might look at them a little later just to I was trying to see how some of the new targets I was imaging turned out, and turns out I need a lot more data for some of them, but I probably won't do it tonight. But let's switch. So I was this one is actually imaging. It's already in progress. I'll get back to the B scope, but this one is already imaging one of the two open clusters that make up the twin cluster. So the other is NGC 869, and because it's in equatorial mode, I can't get them in a single frame. So like sometimes it works out with AltAz. You can get them both in a single frame with the Seestar. But the one thing I'm doing a little differently that I had mentioned last time, I'm actually shooting this with the light pollution filter on, because it turns out there's some nebulosity in that area. So trying to bring out some of that a little bit better. But yeah, so that's that one. And originally I ended up restarting Alp, so I'll have to stop this manually, but originally I was going to run it till a little bit past 8, so still a bit longer. But let's go look at this one. So this one, the AltAz one, is in guest mode, so I gotta fix that now. Gonna go to guest mode, and then the other, so this is the Raspberry Pi. Just kind of annoying. I think because I had left it running last night, and when I shut down my laptop, at some point, maybe it took control or something. I don't know. So. Alright, so now I should be able to take control, and I should be able to actually get this one going. Now I did make sure that it was somewhat balanced, level, so hopefully won't have any tracking issues tonight. This one I already this is the equatorial one, and I already aligned that one, and it's pretty close. But there is a new feature in Alp that hasn't been merged in as of earlier today. Maybe it has as of now, but if you run in equatorial mode, like the problem I have is I can't see Polaris. So there's a couple of ways I can try to align it. One of which is not great. It's kind of imprecise, but I use my phone, and there's a compass app, and it has a correction for magnetic declination. So theoretically it can point at true north, but it's greatly affected by metal, and unfortunately the tripods are metal. So you kind of try to get it away from the tripod wall. Anyway, it ends up, sometimes I get pretty close and sometimes it's off by a bit. Well, one of the things and I think I've showed this before, one of the things that the Seestar does when you're polar aligning it has an idea internally of how close you are to polar alignment and what the offset is. So actually, let me look at my other one and see what it claims. Oh, this one, it hasn't aligned yet. It's still, but in the one that the equatorial one, now it's 59 degrees because it's kind of tilted at an angle, so that's kind of expected. But this number is how many degrees off in azimuth it is from pointing towards Polaris, or the celestial pole, not Polaris technically. And so what I've started doing is I kind of do the initial equatorial alignment, and then I run this and get this number and see if it's positive, I need to move it slightly to the left. If it's negative, I need to move it slightly to the right. I put the telescope in pretty much the same position every night, so it's always kind of within a 2 or 3 degrees of north. Usually less than that, but that's usually about where it is. Anyhow, so there's a new some new code being added to Alp that kind of facilitates doing this, where I guess it does the initial calibration. I forget exactly what it does because I was only half paying attention. I didn't implement it, obviously. But it does kind of the initial polar alignment, and then I think it does plate solves and kind of gives you an idea of how close you are, so you can kind of more quickly get to polar alignment if you're shooting in equatorial mode, which is pretty cool. For now, this actually took me 3 shots because it was like minus 3.5 degrees, and then it was plus 1.5, or I overshot, and so then I kind of nudged it back a little bit, and so long as it's within a degree or so, the tracking is close enough. So yeah, yep. So meanwhile, it looks like this has lined up. So this one is pointing at it always kind of lags behind. So plane flying overhead. So okay, cool. So that looks good. So let's go find something for that. Anyway, you're trying 20-second exposures tonight. Nice. What What target are you going to try it on? I haven't really tried 20-second exposures. I've done 15-second. Maybe I'll do 15-second tonight on some things. The sky is pretty decent tonight. I mean, it's hard to tell. It always looks kind of blue here, but you can actually see some. Of course, it's, yeah, there's actually a few stars visible. There's the Pleiades moving up. So I do want to run, one of the things I was going to do tonight that I didn't do last time is that test again with equatorial mode versus the mosaic mode pointing at the same target, and similar framing. So mosaic mode not necessarily expanded but rotated so that it's the framing is about the same. So let me see right here. Let's go. Actually, what I wanted to do is to check to see how level this one is. Okay, good. It's still claiming to be ½ degree off, which one night it was like 3 or 4 degrees and the tracking was terrible. Not that it's necessarily going to be great, but at least it's not off by several degrees. So maybe, let's see if there's anything else. Maybe I'll start with the Pleiades kind of experiment. Yeah. One of the so last time I did some I was actually, before I get to that, let me bring up Stellarium here. Okay. One thing, I was looking at that list of supernovas, and I saw one that looks like it might be promising, but it's in the morning sky. So it's in NGC 3621, and tonight it's going to be right near the moon. But that galaxy, which isn't too tiny actually in the field of view, but it's it was, let me see, it was discovered earlier this week, I think. Is that the one? It was, yeah. Oh no, it was discovered, yeah, on the 16th, so 4 days ago. It's 14th magnitude, so pretty bright. Type 2b supernova. And so, yeah, that star there. So, unfortunately, at least in my backyard, thanks to obstructions, it's, let's see, it'll rise around 11 p.m., but it doesn't become visible in my backyard until like after 3 a.m. But as you can see, it's also pretty close to the moon. So maybe not tonight. But if you're up early, or actually, I take it back. If you're in an area where you have an unobstructed east, or if you're up early before sunrise, you may want to try imaging NGC 3521, because new supernova, fairly bright, and the galaxy isn't too small. I mean, it's not as distant as some of them. This one's 54 million light years away. So if I was up that late, I would potentially take an image of it. Who knows? Maybe I'll actually risk kicking off something tonight and trying to image it. Maybe since the conditions seem kind of reasonable, maybe tonight's the night where I actually let it run after I go to sleep. Anyhow, so this is if this is noise, that's bad. If it's nebulosity, that's good. So I'm not sure. But in the meantime, I was going to let it run about 45 minutes. So I'll let this run a few more minutes. But in the meantime, we're going to do M45. I think we'll do that experiment since the Pleiades is up. But let me just check the list. Yeah, Flaming Star is up. Could try Sculptor. Let me see if Sculptor is visible. Just to start a quick. And pick now. Oh, it's about to disappear. Wow, that's fast. Is there anything else over here? Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll have to show you how some of the stuff from last night turned out. The bright targets, of course, turned out great as usual, but the dimmer ones are I need probably 10 times as much data or a darker sky or both. All right, so this is the Pleiades. So if we can, what I'm going to try to do is frame it like this. So this is the equatorial. This is I have it configured in Stellarium that this would be the Seestar when it's in equatorial mode. So this is the framing it'll have, and I'm going to align it right here to kind of capture it that way. So I'm going to switch to the other computer and bring up the Seestar app for the other telescope, the non-equatorial one. Anyway, we'll see that after I take a sip. All right, so let's switch to wrong app. I have to switch to. All right, is that right? Nope. There it is. So I think what I need to do is go ahead. I have the Seestar app. I have the Seestar app running on the laptop you see on stream, and then I have this other one off to the side that runs OBS and also has the newer version of the app. I need to just update my this laptop to the latest app and just be done with it. Actually, maybe I'll go ahead and do that now, actually. So otherwise I'm going to be doing this all the evening. Sorry, so you hear me rummaging around over here. Okay, so I'm actually going to go ahead and, although will this work? We'll see. So I'm going to go ahead and update the app. The Seestar app. It's still running really old version. So going ahead and updating it. And it's taking its time. Meanwhile, while we're waiting, let me see how that's doing. And one thing someone mentioned yesterday on the live stream, oh, and speaking of which, the obligatory plug, if you haven't liked the stream, please like it now, because it does help the stream. Does help the stream a lot. Helps the channel a lot. Oh, okay. So you're going to do 20-second exposures on the California Nebula. Nice. So you got an update on the S13. It'll be January. That's unfortunate. That's kind of a bummer. 5 dropped with 20-second frames. Huh. 33 inches of snow. Wow. Hello, Cosmic Ray. How's it going? Hello, Richard. What's up tonight? I am about to start imaging the Pleiades with 2 different Seestars in 2 different ways. One in equatorial mode and one with the new firmware in mosaic mode, but not necessarily increased in size, but using mosaic mode to change the framing. It'll become clearer shortly. 6 hours of imaging. Nice. 10 panels of the California Nebula. That'll be cool. That will be cool. Okay, so the app updated, so we'll see. We will see how this actually works out. One thing someone had mentioned last live stream is they had what do you call it? They were running the app on their laptop and Alp on the same computer, and they didn't have to deal with guest mode. And I think it's because it's not looking at the number of connections to the Seestar and just giving it to one of them. It's actually just looking at IPs. So even if you connect multiple times from a single IP, I believe that's what's happening. So we're about to find out. Hopefully this will work. Okay, so I've got the app running. This is the brand new app. Okay, and I want to connect not to Seestar A, which is the equatorial one. Oh, this might not work. This might not work. Yeah. That might not work. Dang it. Because a lot of times when you first connect it, you've got to push the button on the bottom. And even then, it's not recognizing it, so I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, it's trying to connect to the Bluetooth of the Seestar. Okay. Hold on a second. Since I'm not streaming from this device, I might be able to pull off something kind of disruptive here. Let's see if I can do this. It's been a while since I've done this. Okay. No, stop. Yes. But wait. It says I'm a guest. If I'm a guest, who's got control? Interesting. So that isn't, I mean, that's okay. It's not terrible. It's just, it does think they're two different devices. So let me also quit the app on the other computer. Yeah, I imagine Seestar imaging withdrawal. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, send your star telescope to Starfront. Yep, smash that like button. Let's control this and see if this works. Oh. You know what? I think... Oh, interesting. This might actually be okay. Although, let me see if it keeps the connection if I switch. Oh! I know what's going on here. Okay. I know why it's confused. I know what's confused. I'll explain in a second. Once I confirm that's why it's confused. Because I thought if I ran the Seestar app on my computer here, it would think it was the same device as Alp, which is also running on the computer. But I think I know why it doesn't think it's the same. Okay, I'm gonna claim control here temporarily. And what I'm gonna do is, let's see, will this work? Stop it. What I think is happening is, okay, hold on, give me a sec here. Might not work, but it's worth a shot. It's being stubborn because it should be able to connect. But yeah, if you haven't liked the video, please do like it. It does help help the channel a lot. The reason why I think it thought it was two different devices, even though they're both running on the same computer, is Alp is connected to the IP address of the Seestar on station mode, and but I also, like, I have two network interfaces. I have an Ethernet, which is on the same network as the station mode network. But then I also have a Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi was live, and I connected the Wi-Fi directly to that Seestar. And so I think the app was connecting to the Seestar directly over wireless, and Alp was connecting through station mode. So the Seestar saw it as two different hosts because it was coming from two different network interfaces on the same machine. Very confusing. Of course, it's now not cooperating and not connecting. Snow Viper. Yeah, that would be that's kind of a drag. Here it would be just rain. Okay. Let's try this again. Interesting. Let's see if this helps it. Oh, okay. Not ideal, but a little bit better. So let me release control here. And then I can claim control here. And so what we're going to do is we will bring up M45. No, this is apparently the first time I've run this. Well, I just updated it, so it has to re-download the database, I guess. All right, so we will go to M45, locate target. All right, so remember the framing I want to emulate is this framing, because that's the framing. This is the framing the equatorial mount will have. So we adjust the framing. I'm not going to change the size, but I'll change this. And I also have to realign it. Right. I think I have that a little over rotated, so let's adjust the framing again. Actually, so just so I'm doing the same there. Electra is okay. Just I'm trying to get fairly close this time, but last time they were a bit off. And then plus there were other issues with the yeah, I think that'll be close enough. Close enough. All right, so now it'll go to there. Being recalled to Minnesota. Yeah. Minnesota. Right here. Okay, cool. So now this is starting. Well, it's not starting, but and actually let's go ahead and I think that's, yeah, the temperature hasn't gone down yet, so I'll go ahead and start that. And what I'm going to do next, I'm going to go ahead and stop this one and get this going, the left telescope on M45. And this was about as much data as I wanted. Photobombed by a plane. Oh well. So let's stop that. And then, not bad, just 3 drop frames. Now, should I go ahead and increase? I think I'll, well, no, I'm going to leave it kind of apples to apples kind of comparison. All right, it should shift to the mosaic view, well, the rotated view shortly, yeah, so hopefully that was about the framing I had picked. Maybe, yeah, it's close. No. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, we'll see. But in the meantime, did this actually stop? Why won't it stop? Let me check the logs. Did I confuse it when I changed networks? Maybe I did. So I'm just going to restart it. And all right. All right. Okay, it did cancel. So cool. So we will go image, and I'm going to use these exact coordinates. So I'll pull these into Stellarium M45, and I'll do this for 45 minutes. I'm going to leave the gain alone since this one is using the default gain. And we'll go. Is that right? It actually thinks it has control. And so that's, I think I might have finally gotten it where Alp and the Seestar app are both have control. So let's go check live. And yeah, I think the framing ended up a little off from where I wanted it to be. But, or where I told the Seestar to go. It seems like it's a little off. Let's go live view on this one. All right, why isn't this? I guess theoretically I don't need to. But yeah, it ended up kind of picking. I had these two stars in the framed view in mosaic mode, but for whatever reason it's shifted a little bit to the side. But it's close enough, at least. Oh, okay, this finally came up. Cool. So we've got the app was in control and Alp in control, but it's because they're running on the same computer. Cool. So now I won't have to deal with, hopefully, guest mode, so long as I don't accidentally leave the version running on the Raspberry Pi. Now, of course, this isn't, I guess the reason for doing this, we're not really taking advantage of the extra field of view of mosaic mode. But what we're doing on the right telescope is we're taking advantage of more flexible framing and hopefully, or one thing is it seems to help with gradients. Like it seems to remove gradients as it's going. And so that'll be another kind of thing to look out for, I guess, is how the gradients are going to be different, or lack of gradient on the right versus the left. Now, when I tried this last time, it was hard because the AltAz one, the mosaic mode was dropping a lot of frames, and so there were more frames in the equatorial version, and so it was kind of hard to tell as far as the amount of data, because there was definitely more data on the equatorial side, so it looked better. But yeah. Probably version 4 when the clouds clear. Hopefully not. Yeah, I mean, if I can get that remote mode tested a bit more, then that could always be something we could do, or people could do. Yeah, use someone else's remote telescope. But I decided not to try it out tonight because it seemed to generally work last time. The problem I ran into was having to do with imaging. It kind of stopped imaging partway through the night, or after like the second target or third target. So I need to kind of look at that a little bit more and maybe test it out. Maybe I'll test it out during the day on like scenery mode and on the sun, since tomorrow during the day should be nice and clear. Which actually reminds me, I wonder how active is the sun going to be? Yeah, so is the one that's working, or the one that's not messed up? Yeah, SDO is messed up. Do they not have any? Was it goes sun settle? Okay. Goes. Actually, that isn't the one either. It's what was it? No. I was. Oh, that's what it is. Forgot the Gong facility. Couldn't remember the name. Where was that? This. Yes, this was the one. I just wanted to see what the... Oh, they do have a magnetogram. Oh! I was looking for... for spectroheliograms? Or no. Not spectroheliograms. Is it spectroseismogram? No. Helioseismograms. Which sounds like a unlikely thing, but it's a study of the structure and dynamics through oscillations, and they can use it to image. They can use it to kind of look at things on the far side of the sun, which is kind of cool. But yeah, is this what that is? I know the SDO site, they had some good, but that site's down because their data center at Stanford flooded. Okay, here it is. So this is Earth side. So there've been some very large flares, or not flares, coronal mass ejections heading away from Earth, and so this is a map of today, 1220. So this is the Earth side. These are features on the near side, but I wonder if it's this P86 that's creating those large coronal mass ejections on the other side, because that's the only big thing, unless these were doing it and then kind of fizzled out. Yeah, it's interesting. But right now, the reason I'm even looking at this is I was just curious what the sun looks like right now. This is as of 3 minutes ago, I think. Yeah, 3 minutes ago, because it's at 23:33 and it's, or 02:33, and now it's 02:36 in UTC. This is in Australia. Yeah. Anyway, the reason I was looking at it is maybe I'll break out my solar telescope tomorrow when I'm testing out the remote stuff. Solar Seestar, that would be cool. I just need a rocket, and I need upgrade on my radio equipment. A big upgrade on my radio equipment. Hello, hello there. Oh. Hello, Ginger Bear. B. Yeah, spin launch to launch my Seestar into space, into deep space. That would be cool. Or what is it? What is it called? Is it not anti-Earth? What was it called? Counter-Earth. It was Counter-Earth. Maybe I need to just ship it to Counter-Earth. The Earth on the other side of the sun. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if FedEx delivers to Counter-Earth. That would be funny. It's like, that place doesn't exist, but according to FedEx it does, so maybe they're onto something. Maybe they know something nobody else knows. But yeah, Counter-Earth. How's it go? How's that? So yeah, I'm gonna let this run for a bit. But in the meantime, what else? Yeah, so I'll maybe tomorrow. I don't know if I'll do it during a live stream, but maybe 10,000 Gs. I wonder, are you trying to say that maybe the Seestar wouldn't be able to handle 10,000 Gs? I don't know if it, yeah. I would be concerned about dropping the Seestar like on a carpeted floor. I don't think it would probably be pretty well pulverized, I imagine. Yeah. Yeah, 10,000 Gs. That might not be the average consumer telescope might not be able to handle that. I'll go out on a limb and take that position that, yeah, might not work. Really glued. Get back to the dark side. Yeah. Well, this was more about, you know, an experiment between the two. That said, I need to look for some other dark nebula, because I first off, let me pull up the images from last night, where I did attempt to image something. Yeah, I agree that when you said 10,000 Gs, I was thinking, well, on something like the moon or asteroids, definitely, even bigger asteroids, it would be a lot better. And plus, like on the moon, like much lower escape velocity, and you don't have to deal with kind of friction issues. I mean, you don't have to deal with the whole atmospheric issues. Although, yeah, I don't know if that'll ever happen, but like space elevators are much easier on the moon as well. And I always thought that would be kind of a cool technology or thing to have. Can I see Orion? No. Unfortunately, let's see when it becomes unobstructed, because I really need to do something about this. Like, this is just kind of ridiculous. It's less than 2 hours, over an hour from now, before it comes out from behind this building. So unfortunately, it's a while longer. Experiment unknown minty flavor. Yeah, in a vacuum. Yes, electromagnetic launchers. That would be cool. Yeah, I mean, there's so many options on the moon. That's why, I mean, I personally think instead of Mars, I mean, people have long had a fascination with Mars, but I feel like the moon is more practical in many ways, because like Mars, there's still the question of, is there like life there, like subsurface in some, I don't know. It's probably super unlikely, but if it is there, then that would be a problem for like Mars colonization. But the moon, it's pretty highly likely to be lifeless. It's close to Earth, so like the way I saw somebody was describing it. I mean, it's been described that if like there's some issue and somebody has a medical issue, they can be back on Earth within a few days. Whereas on Mars, you're stuck. Like, you're not coming back for a while. So you have to make sure everything's there. And plus, like you have an atmosphere on Mars, but not enough to like really help you, protect you from like cosmic rays and other things. So that's not really an advantage. And then like it's easier to take off from the moon aerodynamically, from a gravity point of view. You know, there's like, we could just, yeah, it just seems like the moon would be the easier path and also the more practical path. But anyway, plus, yeah, you can use so many different ways to get off the surface besides rockets. You can use electromagnetic launchers, or what do you call it? Space elevators, or spin launchers, or whatever, you know. Whereas none of that's really an option, or it's just that much more difficult on Mars. Hello, New York Raiders fan. Good evening. Thanks for joining. Andromeda is visible. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Yeah, there's always that too. Well, but see, I think the problem was not the problem, but for me personally, growing up, I read a lot of was it Gerald O'Neill stuff about space colonies, and like some of the stuff NASA did back in the day, research studies back in the 70s and stuff. And so I guess like we spend so much effort like in equipment and fuel and stuff to get off Earth. like to get out of a gravitational well. I guess my thought is, why go into a gravitational well unless there's a real compelling reason for it? And I guess from my point of view, the Martian atmosphere, I mean, the positive thing about it is it's got the 24-hour day close. But the problem, I guess, so it's just that much further from the sun. So solar energy is that much weaker. It doesn't have enough of an atmosphere to really help. I mean, a lot of the things that are useful about an atmosphere, it doesn't have enough of it to really do any of those things, like protection from a lot of things. I guess smaller meteorites and stuff it would protect against, but it's not as thick of an atmosphere, so stuff will still get to the ground. Doesn't have, like, there's no magnetic field. I mean, you don't have that with the moon, although part of the moon's orbit, it's in Earth's magnetic field, but you don't have a magnetosphere. So you still have, you know, solar radiation to deal with. Anyway. Yeah. Well, and that's why I always thought, like, the space colonies were kind of cool. Like the O'Neill colonies, where it's like large rotating torus or donut or whatever, you know. But I mean, the moon has gravity. Not much. I mean, a lot less. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean... Well, and Venus is interesting because, I mean... Yeah. Like, if we could come up with reliable cloud cities, that would be an interesting because the gravity's closer to Earth. The temperature and pressure actually are pretty good at a certain point in the atmosphere. Obviously not at the surface, but up, you know, what is it, 20, 30 miles? It's like Earth range temperatures, and approximate Earth atmospheric pressure. I mean, the atmosphere wouldn't be breathable, but at least if you were outside, you could have oxygen, but you wouldn't necessarily need a pressure suit. So, yeah. Well, Mars is like a third the gravity, I think, of Earth. Venus is much closer. Venus is very close. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I always, I guess I always, if I were to align with some of the different science fiction things, I always thought the asteroid belt was an interesting option, just from the point of view of resources without destroying ecosystems. Yeah, that would be a bad day. I mean, that's why it would have to be some kind of yeah, it would have to be some kind of something very durable and redundant. and yeah, the heat transfer could be used for an advantage. Yeah. Yeah. I'll have to check that out. I haven't seen that. It's been on my list for a long time, but I haven't seen that. But yeah, it's yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's there's plenty of places on Earth where you can get into a lot of trouble, so yeah, I've I've yeah, had friends who've tried. Yeah, it's on my list of things to look at or to watch. Anyway, yeah, I do think. I mean, Mars is okay. Like I say, I'm kind of more partial to either going the space colony route, using materials either from the moon or the asteroid belt, or even just going lunar, because it's close to Earth, and especially in the beginning days. It's so close that you know, it would be a good, what do you call it? A good foothold? Not foothold. It would be a good first step, just because it is close, easy to get people and goods back and forth. Could start using it for some kind of economic. It would be economically useful. It could be scientifically useful. Because I remember years ago that was like the far side of the moon is the best place in the solar system or just about the best place in the solar system to build a radio telescope. Because it's always pointing, it never sees Earth. So it never sees any of the radio signals coming from Earth. So it would be scientifically useful, could be economically useful. I don't think too many, I would think most people wouldn't be too concerned about using lunar material to build things. Yeah, Venus would be interesting. And the other advantage is solar energy would be really, it would be just that much more effective there. Because, yeah, it would be a lot more effective there. Yeah, well, even then, I remember, I mean, we spent so much money on the Apollo mission, but the 6th rocket, we had landed on the moon. Like the schedule was kind of crazy when you look at it. I mean, the U.S. government spent a lot of money on that Apollo program. Like, or I should say, the Saturn V program, not the Apollo program. Let me be clear on that. Is it on this one? Maybe it's on this one. Yeah, so Apollo 4, first uncrewed, all-up flight test, succeeded, unmanned. Apollo 6, uncrewed test flight, J2 shutdown. Third launch, did crewed flight, did translunar injection. So, like, they flew around the moon on the 3rd launch, the first crewed flight. Apollo 9, low Earth orbit. Apollo, and they did the lunar module, did a low orbit test. So, like, they docked the lunar module, kind of practiced the docking. Apollo 10 did everything except land on the moon. So they even had the lunar module separate and kind of fly and dock, and then they came back, and Apollo 11 boots on the moon. So the 6th of Saturn V flight, from like prototype to like on the moon, with 6 flights, which is just crazy. Why can't we do that again? I mean, it's like, yeah, $3 billion for an Artemis or all the Starship tests. It's like, I know they're testing other things, but Saturn V, the third launch was crewed and flew around the moon, which is just crazy. Oh, yeah, dirigible. That would be cool. Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's why I think the moon would be a good first step, because the stakes are lower. You can ship stuff from Earth, but we can test out we could test out like extraction and stuff. Yeah. yeah. It's or is it bureaucracy? Yeah. Yeah, it's past 3 billion now. I think they got another billion. Yeah. I mean, once they work it out, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was and it was like it was different. It was the Cold War, and you know, they were all like military test pilot, you know, American hero kind of, if something went wrong, we'd still press on kind of thing, not yeah. So it was different stakes, and a lot of money was spent, but still the third launch ended up going around the moon. I mean, that's just nuts. And the technology they had, that's the other thing. It's like, that was 1960s technology. So like, anyway, I guess that's what always bugs me. It's like, we were able to do this in the 60s. Like, we should be able to do that. Like, why design a new rocket? Just take the Saturn V and start. We should have just started with that. Just start using the Saturn V again. Like, it seemed to work. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, yeah, and well, yeah, and we spent a lot on the Apollo program. Definitely. I mean, like, as a percentage of GDP, it was a huge amount of money. So yeah, I mean, it's not a completely fair comparison, but on the other hand, I feel like we had a design that worked. Why couldn't we have started with that? I don't know. I maybe I haven't looked into it enough. Just feels like something they could have started with, and they had other designs too for like the Saturn V. Like, no, not this. Like, they had come up with alternate. They had come up with alternate variants. I mean, that they never ended up building. What was it? Saturn V variants? Maybe I'm just going past it, but I remember seeing years ago like some crazy variants of the Saturn V that they were discussing in like the late 60s, early 70s, maybe for like the 1980s Mars mission that von Braun wanted to do. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It was quick and dirty. Yeah. Yep. It yeah, I mean, when you read, I mean, granted, maybe it just wasn't the right time, but when you read the first time I read that von Braun had a plan to get humans to Mars by 1984, I was just like, and this was years after 84, I read that, and I'm like, oh well. I mean, I mean, I don't know how much protection there is on Mars either. I guess that's my point. My thought is, I mean, it's that much further away, so things would be weaker. But since it doesn't have any radiation belt, I mean, not radiation belt, since it doesn't have a magnetosphere, it wouldn't, it's not fully, it's not protected. This is actually almost filled in. How long has this been going? Oh, but look at the drop rate. Holy moly. See, again, it's going to be hard to compare it because I've got almost the double the amount of data on this one. I mean, you can see the nebulosity around, is it Maya? Yeah. I mean, I do have a feeling we're going to probably have to do something like that. I mean, because even for the trip to Mars, like if the astronauts are on, en route to Mars and like there's a Carrington event, kind of coronal mass ejection, I don't know what kind of shielding they would need, like physical shielding they would need to protect themselves from that. And like, yeah. But I do feel like it seems to me like it's going to be a technology we're going to have to do eventually anyway. Some kind of magnetic shielding in the realistic sense, not like some sci-fi Star Trek sense. Shields up. Although that would be handy. Yeah. 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 It is different. Yeah. And then, yeah, Kessler event, that would be bad. Yeah. That would be, that'll be coming too, I'm sure. But yeah, I'm not saying not go to Mars. I'm saying I feel like the moon would be a good test bed for a lot of the technology we'll need elsewhere in the solar system. And also an easier place to work the kinks out. You're doing some kind of extraction from lunar rock and the equipment breaks. Well, you can get parts from Earth quickly, and then, when you're planning for other places, you need more redundancy in certain things that maybe you weren't able to anticipate before. I don't know. But anyway, that was my thought. But yeah. Oh wow. Huh. That would be, yeah. I mean, there would be people, or if it was something like, yeah, chocolate. Or, yeah. I don't know what else. What else it would prompt people to. Because I was like, well, if it was like made out of gold, but the problem is if it was that much gold, then gold would become worthless, so maybe not. All this talk of chocolate, made you realize you need to go get the fancy chocolate. Fancy chocolate can be nice. Very nice. I remember, I mean, it may not be classified as fancy, but I have consumed more than a little bit of certain kinds of Belgian chocolate. Some of it was very nice. Yeah, so unfortunately this test, like the last time, I was hoping that by having better alignment on this, it wouldn't drop as many frames, but it's dropping a lot of frames. So, and even then it works slightly differently, but yeah. I mean, the result out of the telescope is probably cleaner, and especially with the noise reduction. But the amount of data you have will definitely not. It's definitely an uphill battle on that front. Just trying to match up the framing on this. Yeah. Yeah, and I set it up where these two stars were definitely within the frame, but for whatever reason it ended up going slightly out of frame. Yeah, I'm just comparing not just the nebulosity, but just a lot more faint stars on the left. But I mean, not completely unexpected. It's just, yeah, I guess, it's for different objectives, I guess. I think next time I do any kind of side-by-side test with this, with the mosaic mode, I think I'm going to have to do something different than this kind of head-to-head with the same framing. Maybe I'll actually do a mosaic on the right, and then try an Alp mosaic. Yeah, I mean, that was always the thing. Like, the moon theoretically should have a lot of economically useful stuff. Yeah, and that was the thing with Apollo. It was ultimately a Cold War project, and so it kind of that was it. But anyway, is this? I think I'm not even going to bother waiting for this to try to fill in the remainder. It's got 17 minutes of data. This has almost twice as much data, and it was actually started after this one was going, I think. Yeah, because this one has 45 minutes time on target, and this one only has 42 minutes time on target. But yeah, it's just a lot of dropped frames. Anyway, so we'll stop this one. We'll stop both of them. Yeah, pretty much. Feel like it. Let's move on to something more, something different. Now for something completely different. It's stack. Okay, didn't. All right, is it stopping? Okay, it stopped. Cool. Cool, cool. So let's, that's true. And if we could, if we ever, what do you call it, could do, like once fusion becomes more of a thing, like helium, yeah, some of that stuff could be useful. Random Erewhon Nebula. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that would even look like. I think, yeah. Yeah, it would have to be, yeah, I don't know. It would have to be something that was subtle or something, like something people had overlooked. Or it's in another galaxy or something, which is kind of beyond what I think the Seestar would be capable of. So it would have to be another telescope, and probably not here. So we are at 9 o'clock. So let's see what would be. Yeah. Yeah, we've although I did technically start on NGC 884, but besides that, we gotta. And I was almost going to go to the Sculptor Galaxy, but the problem was that was already in a bad. It was already about to get blocked. I have a note about NGC 1097, which I don't think I've imaged before, but I don't know if it's visible yet. It's a galaxy. Oh yeah, it might be visible. That looks interesting, but it's going to be a challenge. So, but I'm up for a challenge. So let's try it. And we'll go to, no, not go to image. Because sometimes some of these brighter galaxies aren't actually too bad. Of course, I just realized I hope the other telescope isn't going to block this. I'm going to crank up the gain on this. We'll see. We'll see if this actually works. We should add a view like this where it's doing the zooming effect. Yeah. I mean, and there's other things you could do too, like, yeah. Could do a lot of things there. Yeah, 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 I've as long as I can remember, for several decades, I remember it's always like, oh, it's 30 years out or 20 years out. It's been that way for years. Oh, hello, Donculus. How's the stargaze? The stargazing is going okay. I did an initial experiment, which was kind of just comparing the Pleiades in kind of the mosaic mode versus equatorial mode. But now we've moved on, so I'm just queuing up some new things. Right now, I've got, oops. I have got, on this one, it's very faint. It's just starting to get going, but NGC 1097, which is a galaxy, and I need to double check that there isn't, okay, I just wanted to make sure the light pollution filter actually isn't on. Okay, sometimes I've found that the app, it ends up on and I didn't intend it to be on, so that's fine. It's kind of it's just the core right now, but hopefully they'll get some detail. It's this one, so it's 9.5 magnitude, but it's kind of low in my sky, so it might not get much detail, but we'll see. And then this one, I need to get pointing at something. And while I'm figuring that out, if you haven't liked the video, please like. It does help the channel a lot, and helps remind people about the video, or remind people if they've watched the video before. YouTube's more likely to kind of remind people about it. So yeah, if you haven't liked it yet, there's no time like the present. Carpe diem or something. What would be carpe likeum? Seize the like button? I don't know. It's been a long week. Maybe that should be, I think I'll make that my slogan, carpe likeum. Carpe likeum and subscribe them. I never took Latin, so it's now one thing I had done yesterday, well, Cosmic Ray mentioned, oh yeah, Cosmic Ray had mentioned well, I've got a galaxy going here. Cosmic Ray had mentioned hold on a second. Okay. Cosmic Ray had mentioned dark nebula. So let me go look at something here. Yesterday I had attempted to image a dark nebula, and so I was kind of going through some of the things from yesterday. One of them was this ARP 273, which is it's a galaxy. It's small, but I was hoping with drizzling I could get more detail out of it. But no. So that's kind of a bust. The dark nebula was this Barnard 3 area. Now, one thing I noted is that the framing on this was a little off. And so I processed it some more, and it isn't any better. So I think, now wait, did I do light pollution filter on these? Or no? I did do the light pollution filter. Maybe I'll try it without. I should try Barnard 3 again. Let me see if it's where it is in the sky. Barnard 3. Yeah, let's try Barnard 3. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Barnard 3. Okay, I'm gonna definitely leave the light pollution filter off. Maybe I don't crank up the gain quite so much. And I will do... Should I do longer exposures? Maybe I'll do longer exposures while I'm at it. Since Wiley Sight said he was doing 20 second, I'll do 15. Not quite as long of an exposure, but meanwhile, so image, it'll probably have to do the dark frame calibration again because it's a new exposure. So 110, I'll do 45 minutes on that. No light pollution filter. Go. All right. Hello. Jay Kelly. You still have a full. It's funny. Funny you should mention that. I was actually thinking about that. Because I was I was talking about how this galaxy on the right is kind of faint, and because it's low to my horizon, and I actually stopped myself because I'm like, yeah, and it doesn't help that I live in a Portal 9. So there you go, Portal 9. Now you should have a little less beer. Maybe I should take a sip every time I say Portal 9. Luckily that was water, but anyway. But yeah. Cheers. Yeah. The Portal 9 drinking game, every time I mention how bad my skies are, you take a sip of your favorite beverage. But I do mention it a lot because it is a significant, it's one of the two biggest constraints I have. The other is my the keyhole I'm looking through straight up. Like I'm the keyhole, or somebody said it's like I'm inside a volcano looking up. So yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, hopefully they will be clear for you. Because yeah, I mean at least here it comes and goes in waves. Like right now we had 3 nights in a row, and actually it looks like Sunday night. It keeps going back and forth. It like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It looked like 1 or 2 of those days were going to be marginal. But then it's kind of shifted where now yesterday was good. Today is even better. Saturday is good. And Sunday might actually be good too. But I don't think I'll do 4 live streams in a row. I might do 3 live streams in a row. I was planning on doing 1 tomorrow night. At least that's the plan. Okay, so it did the dark calibration again. So let's go check it out. So this is going to be Bernard 3, which again, it's going to be kind of, it'll be a challenging target because it's this dark nebula. And so there'll be like some nebulosity in the center, but then there'll also be some extra structure kind of cutting through here. Will be some of it, and there'll be some kind of stuff down here, but I have a feeling it's going to be something that'll take hours of data. Yeah. Which actually, I need to make note of that. Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't know how quickly this will start showing stuff. So, in the meantime, yeah, I was looking at, I was looking more at like radio telescope stuff, but yeah, that's not, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, it's maybe from China sometimes. I mean, like when I ordered my, well, or if maybe they're out of stock and they are waiting for another shipment. I mean, they've been on sale, the S50s, and then the S30s are starting to ship, I think. Like Chris said, his is supposed to arrive in January. Yeah, it's an interesting, Yeah. It's just, I mean, like, look at the gradient and stuff, but the galaxy is, it's looking like a galaxy. It's albeit a small one, but... Oh, and one thing I did actually image before the live stream started, I was messing around with, let's see, which computer is it on? It's on that one. Sorry, it was on... I was imaging actually M33 briefly, or for a bit, with telescope A, kind of as an experiment. Let's see if I can grab that. Okay, I've imaged it. I actually imaged it the other day too, but I did, I did more on it this time. Let me grab, I'm copying some stuff off the Seestar onto my Raspberry Pi because of it's complicated. I have it basically that both Seestars are attached as drives on the Raspberry Pi, and so I'm that's like the most straightforward path, believe it or not, for me to get the images to my laptop. Okay. Let's see. Nope. Wrong computer. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's grab that and... Okay. So I had imaged this the other day. Basically, I imaged M33 with the light pollution filter actually on, trying to get kind of more of some of the H alpha regions. So kind of, so this was today's 222 frames. I mean, it's a faint target, and I have borderline skies, and so yeah, it's but though that one region is definitely kind of, there's a couple of regions in here that kind of popped a bit more H alpha region. So the idea was I was going to get some data with the light pollution filter, and then I was going to combine it with the broadband data I'd gotten. So that was actually a target I imaged before the live stream started. Okay. 15 days out. Okay, cool. I'm glad you're enjoying. And speaking of enjoying, if for those who haven't liked the video, please. There's no time like the present. It does help the stream a lot, and helps bring people to the stream. Since these go for a bit, it helps send a signal to YouTube to suggest it to people as we're going. So it does help a lot. Yeah. So I need to take a sip since I mentioned the word again. Yeah, there's some nights where I'm sure might be excessive the number of times I say that, but yeah, it's hard to tell that there's dark nebula in there at this point, but hopefully it'll become more apparent or with some processing. And it might be something where I just need to kind of image it over and over again. The good thing is, since I'm doing this on the equatorial mount, it's at least a little bit more reproducible as far as it'll always have the same field rotation. Yeah. I'm sure, like, if you're taking a drink every time I say it, then yeah, it's extra incentive for me to say it. I'm sure I'll say it plenty more times. But not that I'm becoming, yeah. But that's part of my motivator. One of my 3 motivations for doing the remote telescope work, being able to control a Seestar remotely. One is weather. Like, that is probably the single biggest one, because it doesn't matter how bad one's light pollution is. If it's cloudy, you can't observe anything. So that's probably my biggest motivation. My second biggest motivation is because I have Bortle 9 skies. And it would be nice to be able to, I mean, especially for things like this, where I'm trying to image these low surface brightness things, and it's just such a challenge to get good data. And it always will be. Even if I had a bigger telescope, I'm still fighting skies that look like this. And the moon hasn't even risen yet, so it's just that bright in the sky. Although the Hyades, you can actually see the Hyades nicely. And then there's a jet flying along, I guess. I don't think it's a satellite. It should be up here next, maybe. Next frame will be there. It's this thing right here. Yeah. Anyway, maybe it's a drone. But yeah, I mean, it's like that's one of the other motivators of doing the remote telescope thing. And really the third one I hadn't even really thought about until I was talking to Seiko and Stephen Fox about it would be neat to be able to drive a southern hemisphere telescope, and vice versa. It would be nice for them to be able to drive a northern hemisphere telescope. I mean, there's other ways of doing it today, obviously, but it would be neat if you could control someone else's Seestar remotely and just kind of like, oh, that's really cool. Hello. Speaking of which, how's it going, Seiko? Welcome. What did you miss? Well, I was doing some tests with kind of testing. I did the test again with equatorial mode versus native mosaic mode on the Seestar, but using it for framing, not for a larger image, just to see how it looked, as far as like how much data it was acquiring, how clean the data was. And again, it was the same problem. Even though the balance was better this time, the leveling was better on the AltAz telescope. It was still dropping a ton of frames. So I think I did that for a bit. Imaged a few other things. Right now, the right telescope is kind of a galaxy that I was hoping would be a little bigger and brighter. I think it's a barred spiral, and the bar, I think it's a barred spiral, and I think that's the bar, but the spiral arms, I guess, are too faint. And then the left one is a dark nebula, but it's kind of hard to tell even where the dark nebula is, unfortunately, just because of borderline skies. So, like a lot of this darkness, I don't think is the dark nebula. I don't think it is. But it's Barnard 3 is the target. Yeah, it's this. Oh, actually, so the bottom, so the frame, like this is up here. So actually, the darker areas are kind of indicative of some of the dark nebula, because it is more of it down here and then through the center. It's just to get the definition of the dark nebula will require a lot more data. A lot more data. So I'm not sure how much I drink exactly. Yeah. 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 Oh yeah. There's also a Bortle. There was the other thing you missed, Bortle 9 Skies drinking challenge, where every time I say Bortle 9 somebody, you have to take a drink. And then also we were talking about, or I was, yeah, we were talking about the Apollo program and the merits of Moon versus Mars colonization. You know, the usual random things. When they redock the lander, they just jettison the crew section. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I remember, I forget what it was, but there was like some near Earth asteroid or something like that. And a few years back, I mean, at this point, it might be over a decade back, and I forget the specifics, but they thought it was an Earth, like a near Earth asteroid, and then, but it was like on the order of tens of meters in size, not like huge. And it had a peculiar light pattern, or it was spinning. The profile kind of didn't make sense, like as far as the light, how bright it was, and some other stuff. Anyway, long story short, I think they figured out it was some kind of third stage, and I don't remember if it was one of the Apollo missions or something. Like they ended up calculating the orbit backwards, and it ended up being from Earth, and so it was some jettisoned upper stage of it might have been one of the Apollo, or it was some other kind of thing like that. But yeah, I thought that was kind of funny, where initially they're like, oh, this is like, we need to look at this. What is this thing? It's some near Earth asteroid that we just discovered, and it's oh wait, it came from Earth. Oh wait, that might be some old jettison stage, upper stage. Yeah, I forget what that was, but that's interesting finding. Go out looking for Snoopy. It's the only object that was occupied humans that's still in space. That's really kind of cool. That's cool. That's nice. Yeah, so you kind of instinctively were playing the game of take another drink. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be, I have a feeling it'll take a lot of data to bring out that nebula. And likewise, I have a feeling it's going to take a lot of data to get the spiral arms out of this galaxy. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, that's, yeah. Yeah, it's probably one or the other. Right. Yeah. Although there was another constellation that was, I don't know if it was what kind of orbit it was in, but I saw that on space weather that there was, oh, there was a massive reentry. Let's see. Whoa. That's impressive. Oh, it was a Chinese rocket that was expected. Yeah, it's a body. That's cool. Um, yeah, no, it was. What was it? Was it on here? They were talking about like there was another constellation. I think it was some kind of. Was it some Chinese constellation? Yeah, yeah. It was. It was a new mega constellation that's getting started. They had 10 satellites, so I don't know. So there's going to be more. There's going to be more satellite trains. Something to look forward to. I haven't forgotten about the Seestar Sat track. It would be something. Yeah, I haven't forgotten about it. I just need to. I haven't forgotten, but so I do need to be reminded, if that makes sense, about these things. Seestar. That would be interesting. Okay, Crew Dragon re-entry. Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Yeah, yeah, New York. The another yeah, satellite constellation, and supposedly, I don't know if it's still planned or not. There was that Amazon or Blue Origin one that was supposed to be another constellation. So there's going to be so many satellites. Going to have, yeah, so many satellites. So much light pollution and not light pollution, but yeah, so many satellite paths through our photos. Anyhow, yeah, so this one probably needs to move on to another target because there was only going to be so much time on this one. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm imagining this, but I feel like there is some circular features here. Which would be, yeah, so I'm not sure if, again, it's hard to tell with all the gradients and stuff, but supposedly there's a spiral in there, but difficult to see in Portal 9. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's theoretically possible. I think it's just, and the what do you call it? The database that like so there's a few different databases we support, but one of the underlying libraries that we use can also calculate satellite positions. You just have to have very up-to-date um, ephemeris, whatever, ephemerides, whatever that word is. But it can calculate it, so it could be true. It could be possible. I mean, it should be theoretically possible. I don't know if we, I guess, maybe using some kind of, because I'll have to look at the API that the Seestar that we use for the Seestar to move it. But there might be some computation involved of like trying to move it to a point. And actually that should be pretty easy. Like it should be easy to like get it to a point in front of the satellite. Like that would be easy. But yeah, we'll have to think about that. That's cool. There's software to drive it on the Mead. Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. Oh yeah, so use Sat Tracker to track ISS. It uses a guide camera. Huh. That's an interesting idea. Keplerian. There you go. That. We would just need that. And then the yeah. And then the library we use, one of the libraries somewhere in there, I remember seeing that it would do orbital calculations. I mean, there's Python for, oh, okay, this, I did stop it, or it stopped itself. Actually, yeah, it stopped itself because I set it for 30 minutes. So let's move on to another target. And while I'm figuring that out, if you haven't liked the video, please like and subscribe. It does help the channel a lot. So what do we want to do? It is now close to 10. And someone had an interesting idea that I need to look into. Sorry, that was the beginning of a thought. I just stopped it. I need to figure out something to image so that we were kind of down in the canyon between buildings. But again, M42 is not quite visible. It's getting there. Like all these words are from things in Orion, because the witch head is already kind of out there. And Bellatrix should be visible. That looks like an interesting one. SH2 263. Did I put that one down? No, I don't have that one down. SH2 263. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's yeah, I think that's what we would probably have to do is pre-compute it. That's funny. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, one of my mounts, when it's slewing very quickly, it sounds kind of like that. Some kind of, I could, oh, are these already up? Am I, sometimes I have it set to the wrong time, but it's actually on the correct time. So the monkey head actually should be visible now, but also the jellyfish nebula. So that might be something for the equatorial one. So we'll do that. We'll do the jellyfish on the equatorial mount shortly. Crab Nebula is up. I'm kind of curious about this SH2 region. SH2 263. It's not super dark. Might be worth a shot. Let me turn on this view. I like this view. It shows kind of the H alpha. Well, not quite, but shows kind of a lot of the nebulosity more, although it's got some gaps and seams, so it's not always perfect, but it looks promising. Not as dark as some of these. And again, it's difficult to bring out some of the fainter ones because of my Boreal 9 skies. Cosmic Bat. Or Fox Face Nebula. Actually, maybe I'll do that. That doesn't... I don't think I've ever imaged that. I think I would remember the Fox Face Nebula. It's a reflection nebula though, so 10th magnitude. Let's see what this thing looks. So let me look at this. NGC 1788, Cosmic Bat, Fox Face Nebula, Reflection Nebula. So that looks interesting. And there's the witch head. What's this one? That's kind of cool. Actually, I like that. SH2 278. I think I almost like that one more. Because it's got some nice functionality there. I mean, functionality, some nice features there. So if you like, if I centered it here, yeah, I like that one. So I'll earmark that one. Yeah, maybe I'll do that one. Although let's look at the Cosmic Bat again. Yeah, I think I want this one. Or do I? Because that's a reflection nebula. That's an H2 nebula. No, I think I'll do this one. Because I think that could be good. So we'll do that on the right one. And go image. And here. And I will crank the gain up. And I'll try autofocusing. I'll do half an hour for this, and I will start that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I like doing, is kind of pushing it and doing things that it wasn't necessarily that they probably didn't think people would. Well, yeah, things that it's not necessarily where it's not necessarily straightforward to do, like tracking a satellite. That would be cool. Okay, so light pollution. Now it should do the autofocus. There, it's doing the autofocus. And then I might as well just switch to the imaging and see how things are, and then once it starts, oh, it's slightly obstructed. But the good news is it's so why is it obstructed? I know why it's obstructed. So it looks like it shouldn't be obstructed, but I think I was standing kind of more over where this scope is, or even further to the right when I mapped out kind of my horizon, whereas this telescope's a little bit further to the left, and so it still has some of the roof to contend with. Although it looks like it's kind of now going away, so that's good. Hopefully by the time, hopefully it won't be too annoying on the stack, or I might have to stop it and restart it. But this should be an H2 region. Sometimes there. Okay, there. I might stop and restart it. Oh no. That went away quickly. I guess it was. I thought I'd fixed that. No. So there was a change I had made yesterday to maybe I hadn't restarted it yet, where it would show the preview frames and the stack, which was kind of interesting as it was building a mosaic, because you could see the two, it would kind of flick between the two. But on the other hand, it was kind of a little distracting. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to restart Alp, because that, like I say, that was some local code change I had made. So I'll just restart. And all right, getting the dynos going. All right, yeah, this is going to take a lot more data. And there we go. All right, so it won't be flickering back and forth. It still has that annoying artifact, but that'll kind of slowly start averaging out, I think. And you can already kind of see some of the, I mean, it's subtle, but like there's slight red there. And that's the nebulosity. Yeah, so this is what is being imaged. So I would expect eventually to see kind of a delineation kind of more red kind of in this area and to the right, and then kind of, yeah, so like, yeah, so right in this area. It's super subtle right now, but it would be kind of in here and there. I mean, it's only a few frames in, so 3 minutes in, so we'll let this go for a while longer. This one, on the other hand, yeah, this one we'll let go for we'll let it go for a little longer, and then I was going to, let's see, doing what is this? SH2 278. yeah, one of the things I'm going to be off, not working as much the next few days, for the next week. And so I'm hoping to spend a little bit more time on adding some features, adding some stuff to Alp that I hadn't had a chance to think about in a while. And that satellite thing, I might look at that. What was it that I was thinking? Oh yeah, I was going to do the jellyfish here. I was going to start a mosaic of the jellyfish nebula with with this framing, and I'll probably do a 2-panel mosaic, maybe including, you know, basically that part and this part. But I need to, that'll be on the equatorial one. Monkey head is good, but I imaged that yesterday, I think. Lowers? Is that Lowers Nebula? Lowers. Yeah, Lowers Nebula is the name of that one. That looks cool, but I think I want to do the jellyfish. Because I don't know if I think I imaged that like a year ago. Or like just after New Year's. Yeah, there's so much hydrogen alpha and nebulosity and the whole Orion molecular complex, or whatever it's called. So much. Bernard's loop. Wait, is that what I'm... Yeah, that's what I'm imaging. So that's part of... Yeah, that's... Yeah, so much. Oh, and then the rosette, still a bit more time before that is visible. But yeah, so let's go back to this. Yeah, you can start seeing the red, but it's just so super subtle. Yeah. Yeah, I think probably the best bet would be video. One thing I haven't looked at is the difference between normal video and the raw video that the Seestar shoots, like how to trigger those two, because that could be that would be interesting. I need to look at that. I could do that while I'm doing solar mode. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop. I think I'm gonna stop this one. It's been going almost 45 minutes. It's gonna take, I have a feeling, hours of data, realistically, to get anything. I mean, this area is supposed to be darker, and this is supposed to be darker, but it's not. It's lacking definition, which I think will require a lot more data. So I will stop that, and we are going to do the jellyfish, but I'm going to use, let me clear out the schedule just Oh, there is no schedule because I restarted it. I'm going to actually use the planning page, which I haven't used in a while. So let's look up M. No, I see 4. Is it 443 or 443? 444. 443. 443. Search. And NGC 1635. 1365. It's above my horizon, but not unobstructed. Oh, that's a cool one. That would be a neat one to take a photo of, but unfortunately, it's kind of at the cusp of what would be possible. Because, like, this isn't necessarily accurate. I find that things near the bottom here aren't actually visible, so, yeah, unfortunately, it's maybe a little too low for me. There's a lot of stuff in this area. A lot of galaxies. I need to make note of that one. I'll mention it as blue sky targets in the sense of not my bad light pollution, but something that if I had an unobstructed horizon, I would try. Galaxy. All right, so yeah. That was. I was thinking, yeah, at least video and would probably be the. Yeah, it would probably be the only way to go. Plus, the satellites are usually probably bright enough. Let's get back to planning. So I'm gonna do a two panel mosaic, and stop. The zoom is, I think the problem is my let me plug in this. I have a mouse right here. There's times where the touchpad, the kind of pinch to zoom, ends up being a little too sensitive, so I'm untangling some cords here. Oh. Which one is... I had a keyboard and mouse, and I kind of ended up velcroing them to... Sorry. As I rewire, let me plug this in. I have a USB hub on the other side of the laptop. All that just to scroll. Oops, man, that was too loud, sorry. Video stabilization script. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Alright, so let's try this. Okay, that's a little bit less finicky. Okay, I think I like that composition. 20% overlap. I see 443. 2x1. And let's do this. Now, the question is, how much time do I want to do? Do I want to do a full hour? Do I want to do more than an hour? I think I'll do more than an hour. Maybe I'll do 90 minutes. So it'll be 45 each panel. I'll do 120. And I'm going to use the light pollution filter. Set how much time I want on it. Well, we'll try it. Not gonna do autofocus. Yeah, let's do that. And then we start. And live. So yeah, that'll go for an hour and a half. But then we'll keep the right telescope more active. But again, I need three telescopes going, just so we can check back. Quick process of the OneNet data sets. Okay, let's check it out. And that reminds me, I haven't been looking at the Discord server tonight, and I should have. It's the obligatory Discord server plug. So let's go bring that up. Let's go find my window. Let me close that. And okay. All right, live. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is that galaxy that Seiko mentioned that I did not bring up because that I can't bring up because it's too low. This, I hate it. I have two monitors and it'll like snap back to the other one. Anyway, so that's the result. That's pretty good. How long of an exposure was that? And you get like some other galaxies in there. That's cool. You really got a lot of detail in there. I'm guessing you push this a bit to bring it out. Yeah, a quick process. But granted, you have much better skies, not Bortle 9. Hopefully you don't run out of beer, Jay Kelly. Let's see. Sorry. Yeah, so unfortunately this one, that actually, yeah, that's pretty cool. It's NGC 1365. You should be able to image it. I could image it if I didn't have buildings in the way. Granted, I have terrible light pollution, but I could theoretically image it. That's interesting. Oh, you must have had it when it was kind of rotated. Because you got this galaxy in the field of view. So yeah, it must have been when it was kind of down there, I guess. Let me go back to now. Yeah, unfortunately, just too low. Oh, Caden live. Oh, right. Yeah. That's pretty featureable. One thing, yeah, I have, I've done some stabilization with, what is it? BPG or something like that. But yeah, it wasn't quite like that kind of stabilization. Also the video, one of the other video editors I've used can stabilize stuff somewhat. I think I did that with my some. It wasn't something small like a satellite. It was the sun. When I, for the solar time lapse I had posted over a year ago. Less than 160 subs. That's pretty good. 1400 frames, we can barely see it. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess that just shows the differences in. I mean, also it's. What's the? Maybe it's higher in the sky too for you. Yeah, it's minus 36, so it's pretty low. I mean, somewhat low for us. But it's also probably a massive light pollution thing. Of course, it started with the less interesting part of the jellyfish. Let me look at something. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. You're imaging into the city, so, or towards the city, so yeah, that would be more difficult. So you're really having a challenging time. Yeah, this one on the right, 20 minutes. I don't think is. I think it's going to take a lot more data on the right one, and again, it's dropping frames. I need to see why. Is it a balance issue? Is it a balance issue? It wasn't. It was like half a degree out. Now it's 1.6. So annoying. So should I? Because this is just a little too subtle. So I try not to have two things that are extremely subtle at once because there's so many galaxies here. Like, I mean, they're all too a bit on the small side for the Seestar, but still the colossal cosmic egg, cosmic eye, not cosmic egg. I did get enough sleep last night, believe it or not. Okay, recent ISS track. Let me check that. Oh, nice. Let's see. Wait. Oh, that's... Yeah, let me bring that over here. let me bring that over here. So this was, I saw it briefly where you could kind of, like, again, it's one of those things where, like with lucky imaging, you could, like, you can see the, like, it's slightly out, but you can see the solar panels at times. Yeah. But yeah, that's cool. That's the ISS. Oh yeah, I forgot about that winter solstice. Yeah. Should I have like a winter solstice ceremony or party or something tomorrow? Yeah, no, I mean, just the fact you were tracking it and you could tell, like, there's obviously a lot of like the seeing and stuff, but you could definitely see glimpses of kind of the structure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm going to stop this one on the right. I just need to figure out what I'm going to point it at. Because it's the existing target's a little too subtle. I mean, not subtle, it just, in my bad light pollution, it requires a lot more data. Oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, I've seen some footage like that where people got some really neat, yeah, that was cool. Yeah. No, I mean, you have been able to give me targets that I've never imaged before. It's just, the problem is sometimes they're just, it's just, again, the single, actually, so that's one of three reasons, four reasons that I want to do the remote telescope. It's weather, the light pollution issue, Bortle 9. Can I do that? I should test that on my headset. Let's see if I can do that. I should do the kind of ASMR version of it. Yeah, what is it? Am I caught up? Yeah. Oh. I'm watching a preview of myself, sorry. Yeah, so the 4 issues I have are weather, of why I want the remote telescope. It's remote, being able to remotely control a telescope. The weather, the Bortle 9, the horizon I have, and being able to look at things from, like, that I normally can't see, like the southern hemisphere. Like, that's ultimately, those are the four reasons. Man, my hair, those headphones. Now I've got headphone hair. Yeah. Yeah, I could see it being frustrated, but also really kind of, yeah, roof not in the way. That's the biggest constraint. So again, that's why, and really, if I can do the remote telescope thing, um, the weather and the light pollution factors, and obviously the like southern hemisphere observing would require someone else's being able to use someone else's telescope. But well, not necessarily the dark sky. I could potentially, I mean, without sending it to Starfront, I might be able to do something with that, with one of my scopes. And similarly, without even going to that measure, we have family members who have less obstructed skies, but they're still kind of in a Bortle 8-9 location. But potentially, I wouldn't do it all the time, but potentially I could, especially if we had like if we had a stretch of like a week without any rain or any chance of rain, and it was going to be clear the whole time. I could potentially set up a remote scope somewhere in town with less obstructions. It would still be Portal 9, but at least it would be something where some of these things closer to the horizon I could image. So didn't just use prime focus. Want to try, yeah, that ups the difficulty. Yeah, it's digital zoom. Yeah. You can focus first on the brightest star and let it go on that. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That's really cool, though. So let's find something else. And while I'm finding something else, if you haven't liked the video, please like and subscribe if you haven't. It does help the channel. I need to do something that's an emission nebula, so I wonder how. Let me go to the app. I'm thinking a mosaic, a native mosaic. Actually, this is an interesting thing to compare because the Seestar app uses a slightly different. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's go into the catalog and let's look around here. I don't want to do that, but I wonder, like, if I just crank up, what's the biggest area it would cover? And how long would it take to do that? 2 hours. I don't know if I want to do 2 hours, but you could get a nice big area here. Let's see what the Seestar app suggests. Yeah, these are all things that I've visited, that I've imaged. Yeah. More. Oh, I didn't know they had like a swipe left right thing now. Just seeing if there's anything Oh, one thing I was going to check in Stellarium, which has always been, I tried this before and it didn't pan out, but let's try this again. I was going to see if there are any asteroids. Oh, it's actually, sorry, it's minor planets. Is it solar system minor planets? It's under, yes. Minor bodies. Update. Is there anything coming up? Nope. Of course there isn't. Lutetia, 12th magnitude, but yeah, after 2 a.m. Yeah, I don't know about that, but all right, so yeah, so that's out. What is it? Is there anything? Silver sliver, monkey head. Monkey head's good, but I just imaged that yesterday. Squid, fish, Casper, flame, dryers, da 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 da. Of course, the disadvantage of this is it isn't taking into account the skies. I mean the horizon I have, whereas yeah, sorry. None of these SH2 that's no to the northwest. Yeah, these all seem familiar. Things that have been imaged already. Although one thing I need to check is how close we are to some of these other things showing up. Like Rosette. Oh wait, the Rosette, is it already visible? No. In like half an hour or so it'll be visible, so I don't want to necessarily go crazy because that is actually the one that I wanted to do a nice big mosaic of. So let me yeah, so let's figure out something in the meantime that's bright and cheerful. Bright and good, but not Houston. What is my oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, although magnitude 13, even then, like, but yeah, that's, what is, wow, that's already up there? Yeah, that looked like That looked like a ChatGPT prompt. I should try that when in doubt. Oh, you know what? You know what I could do? I haven't done this in a bit. I could try this. Could I try Lauer's Nebula? Where is that? It's not dim, but it's not completely grabbing me right at the moment. Spirograph Nebula, what's that? That's a planetary. You really have to zoom in to see that one. So that's not going to happen on the Seestar. Yeah. Yeah. That'll be yeah, well, let's see. What's this? Oh, artifact. It's an artifact. So I'm doing the jellyfish. Nebula. That would be cool to do it like a very wide field of that. Yeah, viewers per hour. Yeah. So instead of buy me a coffee, buy me a beer. What is that one? What is this little thing? I'm curious, what is this? SH2274? Oh, 254. Medusa Nebula, that sounds interesting. 254. Weird. Oh, that. So many hours of data with that one. What is that? Yeah, maybe too faint. So let's go. No, wrong. Go to Stellarium. Yeah. Let's see. Dang it. I keep going back to this area because it's so bright. But the rosette's also like really bright, so that's what I'm kind of holding out for in the next 20 minutes. So what could I do for 20 minutes that is interesting to look at, but yet not? I mean, you know, one thing I could do, let me see, no, maybe not. I was thinking, a lot of times I end up not, let me look at the framing on it. I was thinking a lot of times I don't get like all of the monkey head. Oh, nice. Nice. And those are, I think we had one older than that. But it was like the first 5K retina, and the yeah, and it had a spinning hard drive, which is what did it in. One of these days I'm gonna open it up and fix the drive, but it was a great computer. I love that computer. The display was awesome, and putting Linux on that should be a nice computer. Yeah, that should be a very nice computer. So what I'm going to do is I want to do an experiment here. I want to do the monkey head because I've done so much of this in Orion, kind of, but I don't want to take on a long a target that takes a while. So or something where I can make progress in a reasonable amount of time. And so is that? Yeah. So, because the thing is, one issue I want to try to, like, sometimes when I'm taking an image of the monkey head, and actually maybe I could mess around with the framing a little bit. Would that be worth it? I think it might. Yeah, I think that would be worth it. So let's just bump it up a bit just to kind of make sure that it's not like sometimes some of this other nebulosity I don't capture because it gets cut off. Do we want to do just a little bit more? Yeah, let's try this. Just to kind of give it room to breathe, as it were. Yep, switch. And again, the main motivation is it's something that I kind of want to get a little bit more data around the monkey head, but it's bright enough that it'll start that it's interesting to look at, and while I'm waiting for the rosette, and then I want to do a big mosaic of the rosette. Yeah, so this does the same thing. So I don't feel bad about that then. Okay. Oh, forget to hit the go button. is finally starting to show some of the nebulosity. Well, some of it is some. Get a Seestar for the purpose of figuring out how to let people use it remotely. Yeah, that would be funny. Oh, hi, Chris. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Welcome. One thing, and, yeah. Alright, at some point I expect to see something here. Hopefully. Soon. There we go. Oh, okay. What? It hasn't switched to the, mosaic yet. Okay, there we go. Cool. So that'll start. What? Why is it doing that again? I thought That's interesting. I wonder if it's because it was being controlled outside of the of Alp and it got confused. Let me restart that. All right. Yeah. All sky camera, get a Lund, yeah. Set up, oh yeah, melee mini. Yeah, I ended up, I almost got one of those, but I ended up just getting a mini PC. Like a B-Link. Yeah, they use more power, but that's, the power isn't the constraint for me usually, because I have a pretty big battery bank. I tend to carry power station. Share scope site. That would be cool. All right, so this is going. Alright. Yeah, the monkey head. It's just too bad about all the drop frames. It's just, must be the, either it's the Seestar tracking or, yeah, or there's, yeah, I wonder if it's I wonder if it's fixable with software on their side, like, because that's a pretty bad It's dropping quite a few frames. And the moon isn't up, and it's pretty high in the sky. So, yeah, the moon's about to rise. But even then, it's a few hours away from being shining on the scope, so we'll be able to press on for a bit. It's so bright off this direction, you'd think it was the moon, but nope, just the way it is. Just the way it is. Let us see. Alright, so what else was there? Was there something... It's interesting looking at this. ISS flyby, SH, counter Earth, solar view. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it almost... like, it's so bad. It's so bad. And when I look at the logs, like it gives more information kind of in the logs there, but actually you can look at it in this screen, so it'll mention why the last frame errored. Yeah, it's the Portal 9 skies. I need to practice that for maximum dramatic effect. Sure, now that I'm looking at this, it's succeeding. But I remember, like, one of the issues, of course it'll give the star trail error, but then sometimes it has this, like, transform error. Like, it's, yeah, there's some other, yeah. Yeah, don't want to miss the opportunity. Okay, star trails. I mean, in all seriousness, I do think sometimes it has a hard time matching, or like I hear a jet. I wonder if it'll show up on the camera. This is why one of my projects over one of my projects that I hope to get to over the next few days is kind of redoing the all sky camera. Maybe not this one, but maybe building a new one with some parts I already have. But one of the things that, did I put it over here? No, it was Jay Kelly shared it. It was on Discord. It was being able to add aircraft tracking to the all sky camera, so you can yeah, it'll gather information about local aircraft in your area using software defined radio. Doesn't need to run. Okay, yeah, but yeah, so that's one thing I kind of want to mess around with. because again, I have some of the pieces to do it, but just hadn't had the time. The Seestar does have a dew heater. Right now the conditions aren't such that I am worried about dew, but sometimes I do. Yeah, the Brutal 9 clip. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's, I think Cosmic Ray mentioned that there's a new version of the non-indie All Sky, and I had looked at that, and that one's also interesting because one thing that caught my eye is it supports two cameras, or more than one camera, and I was thinking I want to try using. I have some old Raspberry Pi cameras, not the HQ one, but like the tiny little one, and I have one that does one of the IR ones that, and I'm kind of curious what results I get for that with that. So yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, it's got a dew heater. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, I need to yeah, so of course now that I'm looking at the screen, it's not dropping as much, but I'm sure as soon as I go back to live view, it'll start dropping again. Yeah, so I have, yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. The existing all sky camera I have is a Pi 4. It's not currently weatherproofed, and I've thought about weatherproofing it. Well, I'm planning on weatherproofing it, and I have all the pieces I need. But then I was debating building a different all sky camera, but trying it with the dual camera, because that could be interesting, especially if the IR does something different. Well, I mean, it's obviously different, but if it produces a useful result or an interesting result, at the very least, I want to try it out since I have them sitting around. What else? The ADS, the plane tracking, I'm also kind of interested in trying out, because I think that could be cool. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, it can be done. The one thing I had looked into, it might not be enough power, but well, no, I should. It's doable. I mean, people do it with trail cameras, where they have solar and battery power for them. Granted, those probably don't use as much power as some of the, like a Raspberry Pi, but it is something I've thought about as well. Although I think for now I'll probably just do what do you call it, power over Ethernet, probably. At least that's the plan. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on moving mine towards. Yeah, this is good. Now, I was hoping. The problem is it just accumulates data so slowly. Oh man. This could be a problem. Because I ended up restarting. It lost the schedule. But we can recreate it because I didn't do anything to weird with this. And I was gonna do 90 minutes, so we're at that point. 45 minutes on target, so I'll stop this. And I'll go back and schedule. Yeah. Yeah, I mean I'm gonna build it, kind of do a tabletop to begin with. Let's see, so this is IC 443, 2 grid, and I still have my scroll mouse here, so I can zoom in. So it's done the right panel first. So we will go back and, because it did, it did panel 1-1 already. So I guess I'll do, is it 2-1? Do 90 minutes. And I don't remember what the gain was, but I'll try that. Whoa. Why did it throw an error? Oh. What did I do? Why did I have... Oh, 0, oh, I had 120, 120. Didn't like that. So we'll see if this works. And start this. And go live view. So this was the last frame. Can start seeing some detail there, which is fine. How's this one doing? Again, it's dropping so many frames. So hopefully that one will be a little bit better. And it starts off with a drop frame. That's not a... It's off to an inauspicious start. It's strange. So one of the I left the I have the telescopes out in the backyard, and I have a battery, kind of a power station sitting on the ground, running the Raspberry Pi, and I have both telescopes plugged into it so they don't lose charge over the evening. And then if I need to turn on the dew heater, it's fine, because it's fine. A few days back, like maybe a week ago, I brought in, it was the night where like some clouds came in and they looked like fog. Anyway, I had mentioned this before, and the battery seemed damp, and I thought it was dew initially, and then I realized it wasn't dew, or it seemed too wet for dew, and it turned out one of the dogs peed on it. So I cleaned it up, and well, it happened again last night. So yeah, gonna have to, I may have to keep the battery on a cart now, because I mean, it's been a concern of mine that I mean, I'm not, especially when I had, the Seestar on the factory tripod. It's so low to the ground. I was so concerned that the dog was gonna pee on the telescope itself, and that wasn't the main motivator of me putting it on the higher tripods. It was more stability, but in that was like a secondary advantage of going with the bigger tripods. But yeah, he hadn't ever peed on the battery, but finally, and now he's done it twice. Yeah, it's yeah, wasn't quite yeah. So I think tomorrow I'm gonna have to make sure. Unfortunately, I forgot, and it's on the ground again, so it's probably gonna be damp again. so I'm gonna have to put it on like a cart or a table or something out in the backyard, because unfortunately it's too big to fit on the like the tripods have a shelf, and it's too large to fit on that shelf. So I'm gonna have to put it somewhere. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I think it's I think a lot of times it seems like it's because it's either dithering, or I usually have the dither changed where it doesn't dither nearly as much, but with the mosaic it's continuously kind of moving, and I think when it's moving between targets, it either has a hard time, like it doesn't stop, or it's trying to image while it's moving, or it kind of goes to an area and then it's not really tracking, it's like drifting a little bit until it kind of eventually, yeah, it feels like it's a software issue. But I mean, in their firmware, so I think that's because it's definitely some trailing on the stars. Because I remember, let me see if I still have these. I had let me see if I can find this. I had pulled those up the other night. Let's see. Because I'm curious if I'm recalling this correctly. When was that? And was it on the internal drive or the external drive? No, it wasn't on the internal drive. Yeah. This was the one I did a few days ago of M45. So okay, so these are all sequential ones. So this was the first one, and then yeah, these were all taken within the same minute, and like they're 10-second subs, but there's a 20-second gap here. So I don't know if there was a dither there or if it was trying to move to a new location, but then the subsequent frames, it's like it's still moving and trying to, yeah, like it's the trailing gets shorter, but yeah, it's and that kind of explains where I'll see like a bunch of failures in a row, which if it's like trying to move to another location and then it's having a hard time kind of, I don't know if it's not getting its bearings or if there's some bug where it keeps moving and won't stop. I don't know. But yeah, it's yeah. Yeah. Well, with those, but with the mosaic, what I'm running into is like these really pathologically bad stars where it's doing like that. Like that's just bad. And I have no idea what that's about. But again, it might be the but I think some of it's like the native mosaic, whatever it's doing. Yeah, it's definitely not a precision tracking device. I was thinking about that, you know how they have how they quote the periodic, like the error of the tracking mount. It would be funny if somebody measured that with the Seestar. Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty bad. It's very noisy, but it's getting there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, at least uh the in the azimuth, it's off, it's pretty close. Altitude, it's I mean they're both under a degree, but I think it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely in azimuth, it's pretty close. But this, I mean, like look at that. So out of 100 frames, it's dropped 43%. But the good thing is it is a bright target, so at least it's getting the data, even if it isn't as much data, at least it's not impossible to tell that there's something there. At least you can see there's something there. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I got it pretty close, but maybe. Oh, and I think that evening, that first evening, I think I was either looking at Jupiter or the moon or something, and I noticed that like the telescope jostled, and I think that was the moment that the dog was like walking around the tripod and um yeah. So the play the wave in live. Um I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me see what this is. Um I'm always a little. It's just 1 second. Oh, it didn't work. Okay. And even actually, I'm not 100% sure if the audio I have. Let me look at that. I don't even know if the audio I have on my computer goes onto the stream. Yeah, I don't think it does. Which, yeah, at one point I thought about like doing reaction, not a reaction video, but like playing the video, playing some video related, some relevant video, but having the audio on stream. But let's see. I'm trying to think of how to do this without causing massive feedback. Yeah, no, I know how I'm gonna do this. Okay, so let's see. I'm just doing this because I've been meaning to try that out. So this is input 4. That didn't seem to do what I hoped it would. Yeah. Well, I don't have the garbage can yet, but I need to put it on like on top of like an upside down bucket or something, you know, just to get it high enough. Okay. Let me try this again. Did that do anything? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's more about keeping it safe from the dog. Actually, let me look at something else here. One last thing, and then I'm gonna... Oh! Let me try this without causing feedback, hopefully. What did that do? I'm gonna try this one more time. Okay, I'm gonna try this.
Bortle 9 skies, Bortle 9 skies, Bortle 9 skies, Bortle 9 skies, Bortle 9 skies.
I think that did it. There you go. Yeah, so that worked. Yeah, IP68, that's cool. Yeah, unfortunately I don't think mine is rated that way. Yeah, I don't know what the rating is on my battery. Got a syncopation. Yeah, so there you go. Bortle 9 skies, so I need to take a sip. Wow. It is dropping a lot of frames. that's very unfortunate. Yeah, so the next thing, so this is I'm gonna let this go for another 20 minutes, the jellyfish here, but then I'm going to do the rosette. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Although I think I might just put it on a table, at least, just to keep it. I mean, there's some other reasons too. Sometimes, like, sometimes there's some water on the patio, and usually it's okay. Or usually it's only after it rains and it dries up before I need to set up things. But there's other times where it isn't. Okay, that's good. Yeah, there's enough of a delay where I switched it to play it and then I switched back and I heard it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, that would have been funny, but yeah, not necessarily worth paying for. Yeah, but yeah, thanks. The we'll have to save that. Maybe I'll have a port. What do you call it? Like they have a soundboard. Just push a button and it's like plays that. Maybe add some reverb to it, just for dramatic effect. Yeah, so the one thing, it's like that little corner there, it hasn't done yet. But it's a little disappointing that it is dropping so much, but how much is this dropping? This is dropping more than I would have cared, but maybe the alignment ended up. I mean, there was one, like one of the first nights I did the equatorial mode, like things had started deteriorating, and I went down there, and like the quick release was like really loose, and so I tightened it up, and then it was better. But I do wonder if something came loose. Okay. I'll say Bortle 8 plus. How about that? I'm Bortle 8 plus. Yeah. But yeah, what is it? I was going to go look at the state of things, and yeah, I think I'll go ahead and do the rosette next. I'll do yeah, that should be well clear, so I'll do a mosaic of the rosette. It's a nice bright target. Play it again. Yeah. No, I don't want to maybe tomorrow. I'll play that again tomorrow. Just you know, at appropriate times when it's warranted. Yeah, so let me all right. Let's see, what else? So, yeah, again, this was kind of a little disappointing, so I may go ahead and stop that and move on with that particular target. Is it finally starting to fill in this? Yeah, it's very anyway, it doesn't seem to be making much in the way of progress here. So I'm gonna stop that and then we'll do the rosette. Oh, hey, yeah. Well, good night. Thanks for joining. I'll probably do another live stream tomorrow night if you have any more beer left, or another bottle or mug or whatever. But yeah, thanks for joining, and have a good evening. That takes 2 hours. I don't wonder if I... Yeah, see, the problem is, like, it's too bad they don't have, like, a, what do you call it, a square. That they don't, that they force you to have a rectangle, because to really get the full width of it, you end up having to scale it up, and then there's like a lot of empty space, and then it takes a long time. Like, neither one of these is ideal. And I don't want to try to do 2 hours, which might not even pan out, so maybe I'll do this scale. Yeah, I'll do that scale. And maybe that'll be, I mean, some of these outlying areas aren't going to turn up real well anyway, so. We'll go with that. right. Light pollution filter on. Do I want to try to autofocus this? That was slow to update. Let me go ahead and trigger the autofocus. And because the temperature has been dropping here, so I mean not drastically, but enough where it's probably worth triggering an autofocus. And then I'll get that going. And actually what I need to do is check the framing, because I think I've done this before and it basically forgot that it was framed. And yeah, it forgot that it was framed. So I did like a 1.6, I think. Yep, go to and wait for it to actually get the preview frame. At least according to this one, it's in focus, so I'll go ahead and start recording, hoping that it really is in focus and not in that condition. I think the moon has finally risen. I don't feel so bad about the app sometimes, or about Alp sometimes taking a while to load images, because this is the native or the first party app, and it's still showing the autofocus frame, and now it finally showed the stack. So, oh man, did I not? Of course, after all that, I forgot to turn the light pollution filter back on. Let's try this again. Framing 1.6. Go to the target that you're already at. And then and it's still showing the autofocus frame. So now I turn on the light pollution filter and I'll start recording. hopefully it'll show the stack shortly. Because it's got 20 seconds. Usually at this point it starts showing the stacked result. Okay, there we go. There we go. That was painful. All right, it's got 7 more minutes. Making progress. Now the question is, what do I want to do on the left scope? All right. All right. Actually, what was this one? LDN 1622. Oh, that's interesting. Nice dark nebula there. Where is that? Huh. That might be too ambitious, but something to consider. Dryer's Nebula M50. Okay, so M50 should be almost visible. What is that? Oh, okay, the Seagull is about to rise. So M50 is something to consider. Yeah, maybe M50. And where's M109? Huh. Okay, so let us see where we are. Let's see, yeah, I haven't imaged M50 before, so I definitely should try that. And I have not imaged M109 either. So, I mean, it's not going to be a super bright target, but bright enough. So I'll try that one. Maybe in a little bit, but I'll try M50 first. This one should be finishing up in a couple of minutes. Definitely getting, got a bit of the jellyfish. And again, dropping a ton of frames on the mosaic. Do I see is that a jet trail? Or is that clouds? Meh. Which direction is it moving? It looks like it's kind of... Yeah. Let's see. This is... We'll see how this goes. It's the way it's dropping frames here. It's kind of not ideal. And this thing will be done in a moment. So yeah. So that was that one. And now the question is M50 actually high enough to get to, or is it still a little on the low side? I don't think it has, at least not from the telescope itself, no. There's no settling information. Maybe, should I... M109. I think I'm going to go ahead and try M50. Just to try it. Yeah, no. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. M79. Do I have M79? I don't have M79. That just seems weird that I... That's weird that I don't have M79. So let's see where M79 is. I definitely have M78. Oh, that's why. Yeah, let's do that real quick. That looks well positioned. Oh, I can't because I've got the equatorial scope and it's doesn't, that's too far south, I think. And actually, that's actually pretty far south too. So maybe I don't point it at these. Let me make note of these. AltAz. Great Bird Cluster. So let me switch to the. So I want to try to avoid going below this line. I mean, it goes a bit below it, but I had bad luck with it the last time I tried. Beehive. Which one is Beehive? I think I've already imaged that one. M44. I have imaged M44. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and try for that. Where was it? M109? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's right there. There are a lot of galaxies in that area. It would really be nice to have a kind of a nice wide field from a dark sky to try to get a bunch of these. So yeah, we'll try M109 just because it's on my list. I haven't shockingly imaged this before. So image M109 and I'll do 20 minutes on it. It's not, you know, maybe I'll crank up the gain. And yeah, I'll just try that. I'm not even 100% sure it'll be able to, it might not even image it. It might be too close. It might actually be obstructed. I don't know. We'll find out shortly. Plate solve 2. If it starts plate solving, that's like as it gets into higher counts, that starts, okay. That's encouraging. It stopped plate solving, so maybe it's not totally obstructed. Usually I expect the Messier objects to be a little brighter, but I mean it's only got 4 frames, so I guess I should give it a chance. yeah, if you, yeah. Is that really that tiny? Yeah, it's a pretty, fairly small. And plus I'm just probably imaging. It's probably only picking up the core of the galaxy right now. That is just terrible. I think the next target I do with the AltAz is not going to be a mosaic, just because it's dropping so much. Let me look. LBN 1022. Let's try this again. LBN 1022. Okay. Some of these areas are so subtle, it's kind of even hard to tell what that is. LBN 1022. That's another target that was on the list. Oh, 2367. Okay. So okay, so it's sometime after 1 a.m. Yeah, at some point before Christmas, I wanted to image the Charlie Brown's Christmas tree, but that won't be until just after 1 a.m. So not too far away, maybe an hour out. Not sure if I'll still be streaming at that point, but I might be. Although one thing, yeah, so let's go back to current time and hide that. So yeah, this is kind of not a little on the faint side, to say the least. I'm gonna restart. Just testing something here real quick. Oh, there we go. Let me try one more thing here instead. The Spaghetti Nebula. That's a new one on me. Let's see. Let's see what that target SH2 240. Oh wow. Actually, I think I've seen this one on I've seen it in this view, and I wondered what it was, and I never got close enough to it to see the name. That's where this, like, I had heard of the Spaghetti Nebula, but I didn't know I never looked into it. That's cool. That thing's massive. That would really require that is massive. Definitely would need dark sky. I mean, a lot of time and or dark skies to get that one. That's cool. Didn't. Yeah, that looks really cool. Oh, did I restart? Okay. Basically what I did is I changed the stretch, which unfortunately is doing terrible things with this gradient, but at least it's bringing out the rosette a bit more. Although it's like really noisy now. Maybe I'll dial it back, because that's just too much. Actually, I should see if there's... Run. Keep running. Running dinosaur. There we go. Not quite. quite as bright, but also the noise isn't as bad, and then the gradient over on the left is not quite as annoying. So, cool. What else? Yeah. I may have to get up for a moment to stretch my legs. So. So I will be right back. And while I'm gone, if you, like seriously, if you haven't liked the video, like it while I'm away. I'll be right back. And I'm back. There we go. Alright. I also grabbed a cookie while I was at it. Yeah, I imagine it would require a ton of data for that that spaghetti thing. Yeah, also it would be nice if the dyno was a bit darker. I mean, not the dyno itself, but the background, because it is kind of glaringly bright. Yeah, let me look at the all sky. It's behind a bit. Yeah. Well, and then the other problem is the moon is now above the horizon, so it's probably also, I mean, light pollution is lighting those up, but the moon is also contributing. Let me see. Because to be fair, at one point they were saying a chance of clouds tonight. I mean, like 3% clouds in astroperic. Oh, 1%. So the 1% apparently is over me. Tomorrow evening looks pretty clear. And actually Sunday looks clear. Yeah, that's fine. So far it's not too bad. But yeah, it would the dinosaur would be nice if it was a little not as bright. Like a night mode dinosaur. Okay, cool. Yeah, while I was downstairs, I went downstairs, and while I was downstairs, I grabbed a cookie. Somebody had gotten groceries, and so apparently cookies were part of the order. Yeah. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to do that galaxy, because it's kind of dim. Hello, Brody. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Excuse me while I'm eating. Yeah, this one is kind of a little underwhelming. So I need to figure out another target. Oh, that's great. Good to hear it. Good to hear it. Now the question is, what what was I going to do with the left scope? Since it's equatorial, it doesn't do great with the very southern target, so I did have, I think that one's also fairly south. Let me see. I had, so the Seagull is finally rising. Okay, Dryers is up there by the, oh, it's plus 10. Let's see, is that a reflection? Oh gosh, yeah, that's tons of reflection. Although, is it? Or is this one of the things that looks more impressive than it? 15, was it 1519? No, that was even close, 2169. 2169. Reduce reflection. Oh, also known as IC 447, so. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it. I have a feeling if I have a feeling it needs more data than I'd reasonably be able to get, especially with the moon starting to now that the moon's risen. But it looks like an interesting one. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to look for other things. Okay. So this stuff is starting to... Seagull is starting to be visible. And maybe that'll be the next target for the one that's doing the rosette, is to point at the head. I'm not going to do another mosaic with that one, but maybe I'll kind of get kind of the central part of the Seagull. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Yeah. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, that would be cool. I might do I'm probably going to be live streaming tomorrow, but I wasn't planning on doing it Sunday. So that's cool. Yeah. What time would you probably live stream. Okay, 8 p.m. Yeah, I mean, today I started around 8 p.m. Central Time, so I'll yeah, I'll check it out if I haven't started yet. Sorry, I ate quite a few hours ago at this point. Okay, so now the question is, what do I want to replace this one with? I'm just trying to think of what. No, wrong. Where? Sorry. I'm trying to think of what would be a good target for the equatorial. What would be a good one? I know I'm pretty sure I've imaged M44 before. Let me just double check. Yeah. When did I last image it? Yeah, I know. It's I haven't actually changed mine in quite a while. But yeah, I mean, I tweaked it a little bit recently to add the to bring the all sky camera on all the time. But yeah, I don't want to make change for change's sake, but there are some. I've been wanting to make some adjustments, but I just don't know what yet. But so far, I've been keeping it this way for a while. Let's see. So I have imaged M44, but it was back in April. Oh, and I only did. Oh, I actually did it in January too. But in April, I only imaged it for 10 minutes. But one thing that I'm noticing is there are a bunch of galaxies in this, but they're like 15th magnitude. 15, 14. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's, if the galaxies were going to be more, if they were a bit brighter, I would try to image this and then do a longer exposure than I normally would for an open cluster. But I don't think those galaxies are kind of small and dim, so might not be worth the time. Or the wouldn't be worth the result that I get, I guess, right now. M106. I'm pretty sure I imaged this one. That's a nice one. Have I not imaged M106? Let me check. I need to keep better. I have imaged M106, but it was back in April. Yeah, maybe I'll do M106. Maybe I'll do M106. It's kind of low, but might be worth it. Yeah, well, let me do M106 and let me stop this left one. That's kind of faint for M109, but sometimes I usually expect more from some of the Messier objects. So we will do, just double checking, M106. Is that what I said? Actually, I should also double check that there aren't other ones that I haven't imaged before. Yeah, so I'll do M106, M106, and I'll do it for 40 minutes, because I think this one I'm gonna stop, because it's and I'll crank up the gain, and actually I'll not crank up the gain quite as much. Use light pollution filter, nope, and go. All right. No. I mean, the way it works when you check out the code, you get everything whether you want it or not. But yeah. I mean, to be fair, how big is that image? I don't think it's that big. And I'm going to go ahead and stop. Well, before I stop this, I need to figure out what I'm going to do next. I think I figured I was going to do the Seagull next. But not a mosaic. Yeah, that's true, but maybe we cross that bridge when we get to it. You know, if it ends up being too much, maybe we figure out some other way of doing it. Is that? Okay. It's very similar to the last fuzzy little galaxy we imaged from the Messier list. Kind of expected more, but oh well. So let us see. what I think I was going to do is, I think I was going to try the Seagull. Let's see what this looks like. Maybe just, is there anything down here? Maybe I'll do M79 very quickly before it, for like 5-10 minutes, because it's another globular I've never imaged before. So I think we will stop this. Got 20 minutes, but it's kind of, it's too bad the mosaic. I mean, it would eventually finish it, but it just takes a while. More time than I have patience sometimes. So, M79, we'll do 10 minutes. Just a little bit extra gain. And, yeah, I haven't been as diligent about trying to image all of the Messier catalog, but kind of, you know, when I get the chance, I try to image things I haven't imaged before. So there's definitely a number of them. I think I've gotten over half of them, but I know, yeah, I'm just hadn't been as diligent about it. Okay, so let's go. So that will be a globular. And then after that's done, I think, then I'll try to image part of the head and kind of central part of the Seagull. Because I could do a mosaic, but I don't want to do a mosaic right now. This should refresh shortly. Excuse me while I take a bite of this cookie. That is a very compact globular. Yeah, it's I'm in Texas near the Gulf of Mexico, so it's not as cold. It's 47 here right now. I was just checking it on my watch. It's 47 outside. So not too bad. It doesn't tend to get below freezing here very often. And even if it does drop below freezing, it doesn't typically even spend the whole day below freezing. So it's so the winters aren't as bad, but it's also not set up for cold around here, so, or I shouldn't say cold. It's not set up for like snow and ice. So when we've had winter storms here, it was terrible because they don't have stuff for, you know, icing or not icing, de-icing the roads. So it's generally a good time to stay at home because it's a little too treacherous outside, because the roads will end up iced and nobody knows how to deal with it. or the people who've lived where it does ice forgot how to do it, and it's just, yeah, not ideal. But yeah, it's not too bad here right now. And I actually, this was after we had a cool front come through. It was pretty warm. Just I think like on Monday it got up to 80 or something like that here, which is kind of crazy for December. Actually, I'm kind of curious now. On Christmas Eve day, it's supposed to be in the mid 70s here. Yeah. Sorry, there was a cable that fell. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully. Is it supposed to get colder there, or is that as cold as it's going to be? Yeah, this is a nice little cluster. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so this one on the right is just gonna go for a few minutes. Try to, so at least that's showing something. This one's, yeah, this one is better. What do you call it? It's definitely brighter than the last one. Oh wow. Wow. Yeah. I mean, like the Seestars, they I know they like they won't charge below a certain point, or they'll complain basically if it gets too cold. But yeah, that's I remember I was watching a video from what was it, Alaskan Astro or something is the name of the channel, and he lives in Alaska, and he was talking about how some of the I think it was a focuser, he was saying like just wouldn't work because it was like 20 below zero or something. And yeah, he was it was funny because he was just definitely testing some equipment in ways that the average person wouldn't. But it was interesting. But I think one of his complaints was the I think one of his complaints was it was supposed to work at a certain point and it didn't. But I guess the average person wouldn't test, you know, it wouldn't necessarily be 20 below zero when they're doing some observing, but you know, maybe you just skip those nights. But if it's if you're in Alaska, you know, maybe there's too many nights like that. I know like here when it when it starts snowing, a lot of times they'll cancel school here. Like they typically cancel school on those days because, like I said earlier, they don't know how to deal with it. There's no infrastructure set up to deal with it, and so it's not safe. But it is funny because I didn't go to school very long there, but I did go to school when I was young, very briefly in Wisconsin. And yeah, I went to school in blizzards, like you wouldn't cancel school just because of snow or because of a light dusting of snow. Because then, like, basically you wouldn't go to school for like an entire month maybe up there. But yeah. Yeah, I have this very vivid memory of getting off the school bus and you couldn't even see the school building because because it was just it was a blizzard. It was literally a blizzard. And yeah, I was like in kindergarten, and you have to walk across a field in a blizzard. I mean, the teachers were escorting us, but yeah, couldn't even see the building because of in the middle of a blizzard. But that was like northern Wisconsin, so kind of, yeah. Yeah. I remember one day I was trying to think of like how cold would it have to be for them to cancel school, and I ran across some post or some article from Minnesota from 10 plus years ago, and I mean it didn't say like what the threshold was, but they had some really bad one of those polar fronts came through, and the wind chill had hit like 50 below zero or something, and they canceled school. But I'm like, 50 below zero, that's a number in Texas that people I don't think could really comprehend as a temperature, let alone a temperature that people would live in. Not like it was that way all the time, but still. So yeah, at some point, when you get that low, they do actually cancel school in Minnesota. But yeah, it's oh, okay, so the one on the right finished. Cool. I only did it for 10 minutes, so let's go on to the Seagull, and I'm gonna see if that does much. Conversation or just rambling? No, I don't know. I mean, I try not to bounce around too much, but I don't know. I mean, some of it's, I don't know. I don't know that I really practice for it per se. I mean, I can talk about just a lot of random stuff. And that wasn't purely the reason why the reason this channel's called Random Erewhon is it was like my handle, like I have my main channel was Erewhon, but I never really did much with it. And this was just going to be like random stuff. But then it just became an astronomy channel. Anyway, so I can kind of talk about a lot of different things. One thing I did do, and I think more of it was like an equipment test. Some of it was an equipment test, like in the very beginning of like trying to test out the lights and just trying different things. Not that I'm like, not that this is like the final state, but like it was abysmal, and I'm just trying to have some light that isn't like some bad fluorescent light or incandescent light or something, or and but also like microphones and making sure that I'm getting that, and also trying to get myself to like stay at it. I mean, it depends on your mic, but also trying to keep it at a good distance from the mic. Try not to hit the mic, which I sometimes don't. I accidentally do. But I think, if I recall correctly, I literally would just start a recording because I wanted to check like the audio levels and stuff. And I would just start talking. And so I did kind of, it wasn't like practice per se, but just kind of getting used to talking to a microphone and talking to a camera. And it, like I say, it wasn't like, that wasn't the primary intent. It was more of making sure everything kind of was okay. Like the kind of like audio and video that I wanted to have. But, and again, like I say, not that this is the pinnacle or anything, or like, it's just, I wanted it to be okay, or better than okay. But yeah, as part of that, I just kind of would ramble for a bit, or talk to the microphone, or just come up with a topic. And then I think some of my earlier live streams, I actually would, those were a lot shorter, and they weren't like structured like this. They weren't live observing streams. So I would basically do a live stream, have a topic, or I even sometimes today I'll write down some notes about things that if I run out of things to talk about, I can always bring up. And sometimes I genuinely want to bring them up, but then I'll write them down just like in a notepad or something. But yeah, I think some of it was maybe just getting used to the talking to a microphone and looking at a camera, and because it's not like I mean, like my kids, they grew up talking on games a lot with their friends. But yeah, anyway, yeah, no, I think it was just kind of recording to play back to make sure things were kind of the way I wanted them to be. But then as part of that, I would talk for like 20 minutes. Because I guess from my point of view, it was, just to kind of verify that I was doing things correctly. And it's not like I was rehearsing or anything. It was just more trying to avoid, it's just kind of a practice. But that's all. And it wasn't even like particularly structured. It was more just like sit in front of the camera, mess around with lights, mess around with the mic, hit record, run it for a bit, listen to it back just to make sure everything looked okay. But even then, I didn't necessarily look at all of it. It was just more kind of a cursory test. But, yeah. The one thing that came out of that, the one big thing for me is, like a lot of people, I use more than I would care to, and it made me more aware of it. And so, like, sometimes where I'm pausing like that, I used to say like there. And so that was part of it, is that was another side effect of kind of doing that kind of talking to the microphone and then playing it back and then hearing myself go or like, and I'm like, I need to work on that. And then sometimes I'll forget, or I'll be in a hurry or tired or whatever. But on the whole, that was one of the things that kind of came out of that, and it's a process, because it's something that you do a lot. A person does a lot. If you do it a lot, then it's kind of like a habit to try to train yourself not to do it. Right, so this was done. So I need to go point at, let me frame it in Stellarium. Now, how much field rotation is this thing going to be experiencing or going through? I'm feeling it's going to be a lot of field rotation. We'll make it work. Yeah, see, over the next hour, it's going to be a lot of field rotation. Yeah, let's try that. That'll be good enough. Mostly I want to keep at least some of the wing and the head in the field of view. And that's another thing I try to do, like what I was just doing just now. I'm trying to explain, like as I'm thinking of stuff, I've kind of tried to make a point of explaining myself. Explain yourself. Okay, so Seagull, Nebula body, I'll call it, because it's not the full Seagull Nebula. I'll try 45 minutes, and I'll try the light pollution filter, and hopefully that will be good. Yeah, how cold? What, 20 degrees Celsius? 10 degrees Celsius? Yeah, maybe because it's never gotten that cold? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is, yeah, it's practice. You know, one thing, I don't know that it really made me better at it, but it just maybe made me more comfortable. There were a few times where I ended up talking at like user groups for computer related stuff, and they were like small groups, you know, like it was like a meetup with like 10 people or something like that. And, you know, just kind of getting used to that. And it was a topic that I was interested in, so that's why I did it, but I figured it didn't hurt. And so, yeah. I mean, different people deal, like it depends on the person. For me, generally, yeah, I think like sometimes a little bit of organization, writing notes or bullet points or whatever. I remember doing some presentation. It was a pretty high stakes thing, and what I ended up doing, I forget exactly the technique, but it involved, what was it? It was like, I kind of went through all the points I wanted to make, and I did write them out. I wrote them out in longer form, but then because I was talking live in front of, like, face to face with some people, in front of like a panel, I didn't want to, like, you don't. So this, I don't remember much about it, but one of the techniques they had was writing a phrase or some words about a point you're going to make, but then you look down at the paper, because like I say, it was face to face, and you look at the paper, read the word, and this is something you had maybe written out the whole sentence, practiced, but then you distill it down to like a word or a phrase that represents that thought, and then the thing that I actually practiced was looking down at it, reading the word. So you take a pause, you look at the word, and then you talk to the people, elaborating on the point. And then when you're done, you look at the next word or next phrase. But you don't talk while you're looking at the paper. Like, that was part of the technique. And that also forces you to make it very compact, so you're not like reading stuff and having to like remember something. But you've kind of rehearsed your points, but that way you make sure you cover all your points. And that was useful. I mean, like I say, I'm no expert at that, but it was an interesting exercise to go through. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Yeah, and I knew friends who did, like, there was a group, I don't know if it's international, I think it might be like Toastmasters, where people, like, part of it is a public speaking thing, but that was like an in-person thing back in the day, and I don't think I would have been able to do that in person, especially myself back then. But yeah, like, there's a lot of different ways, but it's just like, some people I do feel are more natural at it, but a lot of it's just kind of practicing and just, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. It's yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a lot, and that's one of the things I can talk. But yeah, so this one, I think this is another one of those things where, because of the way my horizon is, as it were, of buildings, if an object rises at kind of like at a 45-degree angle, it might kind of pop above a building for a bit, but then it might kind of wing another building or kind of go behind a building briefly and then come back out. And that's what's happening with this one on the left, unfortunately. But it's, like I said, this one is a lot better than the last galaxy. This one's dim, so we'll see how much detail I'll get out of this one on the right. I'm also kind of curious how much this, how bad this obstruction is. It looks pretty bad, because it's coming in from this side and this side. We can kind of figure out where it is, actually. If I look at M106, yeah, so this isn't necessarily super precise, but what I think is happening is it's probably further over here, and it's probably winging this building, and so that's why it's kind of And this is kind of misleading because it looks like more of a clean a clean kind of building, but there's probably like some what do you call it, kind of the eaves of a building, and so that's why it's the shadows coming from two different angles, I think. But we'll see. I'll let it go for a little bit longer. If it ends up kind of getting too close to the galaxy, I'll stop it. I tell you, it's like it's cursed, my backyard. Actually, this is turning out better than more quickly than I expected. But that's good, based on how some of the other things have been this evening. Oh wait, oh it's not actually updating because it's trying to plate solve, because it's getting I think it's getting confused. So I'm gonna stop this. But that's okay. I hadn't imaged, or if I had imaged one at M106, it had been a while. Yeah, I had never actually imaged M10. No, I had, but that was the one that was back in April, so that's fine. So let's see what else there might be. Actually, before I do that, let me look at my list. Let's see. And see, I need the AltAz mount for that. The Charlie Brown Christmas tree. Oops. Okay, so Charlie. Okay, almost. It's getting there. Charlie Brown Christmas tree. I've got the Seagull Nebula, which I'm imaging now. Yeah, I agree completely with that. Yeah, so I'm trying to find another target that isn't too far south for the equatorial mount. Oh, these are all too far south. So let me look over here. Oh. So the beehive, that was the one where I was thinking I would image it, but then I'm like, nah. So let's see what this, okay, a lot of Messier objects now. But I think most of the 30s I've gotten previously. M40. It's interesting, it's just a star. M42. Actually, what's M40? What's significant about this star? And why is it a Messier object? It's kind of weird. There's some galaxies in the field, which is cool. What is Messier 40? It's an optical double. It's one of the few real mistakes. So let's image that. Why not? M40. It's just a star. Now the question is, how bright is this galaxy here? 12th magnitude, 14th magnitude. Oh, there's several galaxies in the field there. 15th, those are kind of dim. So I'm not going to go crazy. I'll just do M50, M40. I'll just do that for a little bit. Because it's just a star. Image M40. And I'll do it for 5 minutes. Doesn't seem like something I should do for very long. Let's see how bright it is first before I... Oh, it's almost 10th magnitude. Yeah, I'll do 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And go. Whoa, what happened? Should not have... Oh. I did 5 minutes for the gain. The gain should be 80, or I'll do 110. 5 minutes for the session time. It's the second time I've done that tonight. So let's go live. Nothing too exciting. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. That's my cue to plug. If you're not on my Discord server, or the channel's Discord server, there is a Discord server. There's the link. It's talk about astronomy and other very random things sometimes, but mostly astronomy. One of the things I have on my list of things to do over the next week is to maybe organize some things a little bit better. I mean, I don't want to make change for change's sake, but there's some channels I probably want to add, and then some others I want to, kind of organize things a little bit, where I don't have to mess around with it for a while. But that's the plan. Oh man, look at all the clouds. Holy schmoly. See, I don't actually see the all sky camera as much because I mean, it's over there, but it's like a small screen. I mean, like I have a couple different things on the screen at once. But man, guess that I wasn't expecting that. That's kind of disappointing. No, it wasn't. I just used that as... No, I know it wasn't a plug, but I took that as an opportunity, since I hadn't plugged it recently on the stream. Yeah, I was just kind of sliding it in there since you brought it up. But yeah, so Yeah. Yeah, I'm so let me get back to okay, so if I'm correct, that's interesting. Oh, I was like, that's not the way it's arranged on the. It's because it's equatorial mode. So yeah, the double, the apparent double star here in the middle is M40. That is definitely feels like a mistake. And then there's actually several galaxies in here, but so there's a 12th magnitude. Yeah, this thing here, like there's a little fuzzy thing there. That's NGC 4279, and then that's a galaxy too. I think there's one there. Yeah. I mean, that part's almost more interesting than the M40. But at least now I've imaged it. I've imaged M40. Yeah, that's kind of surprising. Anyway, so this will go for 5 minutes, then I'll stop. The Seagull is actually... I wasn't sure, 100% sure how much detail I'd get, but... I mean, this is the head of the Seagull, and this is part of the wing, so... So that's good. Yeah, this is about... I only spent 5 minutes on target, so it'll probably get one frame more and then it's done. Give it all the attention it's or all the giving it all the consideration that's necessary for a yeah. So that's done. So I can check that off the box, off the list. M40. So let me go back to all the other Messier objects that might be. I've done pretty sure M41. Actually, or some of the names of these vacuum cleaner galaxy. Actually, so M35 I've imaged, M36 I've imaged, M37 I've imaged, M40 now I've imaged, M41 I have not imaged. How have I not imaged M41? Oh, that was the one that I was... Okay, so let's see what else. There was M41, M42 and 43, of course, I've imaged. M44 I've imaged. 47. I have not. 48. I have. So 47 I have not imaged. Okay. 50. Have I imaged M50? I have not imaged M50. What about 67? I've definitely imaged 78, 67. Yes. 80, 81, 94. I have imaged 94. I've imaged 97. And 106. And 109 I have not imaged. Or have I? Or did I image that earlier? I imaged that earlier. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I've got those Messier taken care of. Now, do dryers. I'm not going to do dryers. That would be. Let's see. Let me turn that off. Try to clear it up. Where's the moon now? Because we're gonna start. Oh yeah, the moon is. Because I thought it looked like the sky was getting a little bit more washed out. Yeah. Now the good news is those clouds have moved. All right. Just mostly, not that it's bad per se. Oh. Yeah, that's gonna be good. And this will be good. M101 is about to be visible. But first, I think... Oh, and the Sunflower Galaxy now? M63, nice. Those are already starting to rotate into view. Cool. Now, the concern is the moon, but I'll go ahead and risk it with M51. And I'll do 20 minutes. Yeah, because I haven't imaged M51 in quite a while. Although now with the moon starting to, well, I mean, I say the moon's is starting to interfere, but this is still kind of turning out okay, so maybe I'll go for a little bit longer. I mean, conditions tomorrow look reasonable, so, and the moon will be rising just that much later, so that'll be good. Okay, it's plate solving. If it keeps plate solving, that means it's probably obstructed. But maybe it's just... yeah, so we'll see. If it does stage 4, then substage, I mean, if it does a 4th go-to, then it's probably a problem with the, with an obstruction, so I'll have to cancel it. It's yeah, it's just, it was too low. That's okay. Well, it's clear. It's Friday night. And I'm going into being off a few days, so why not? Yeah. I mean, the worst one, I mean, I once did a live stream till 4 in the morning, but yeah. So this is not quite visible yet, unfortunately. It looks like it should have been. Yeah. No, it's it's all good. It's all good. Glad to see you back briefly. Or not briefly, but glad to see you back, even if it is briefly. Or stick around some long. Stick around. But yeah. I did take a cookie break briefly. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that I'll have to be careful. But maybe I'll do that for New Year's. If I or if I do a live stream around New Year's, like before New Year's, if it ends up clear, maybe I'll have some celebratory beverage. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know how that goes. The so that is not. But I'm glad to see M51, because that is a nice target. I mean, there's several nice galaxies. Like M51 is nice. Sunflower, Leo trip. That means like Leo's triplet is coming around. Yeah. 98%. Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends on if people are doing a drinking game of every time I mention the Bortle rating here. Yeah, I've had Stella, pretty sure. Pretty sure. I used to drink more, a lot more. I mean, not like not like not a lot. I mean, maybe consistently, but no, not even consistently. But I don't drink much these days for no particular reason. But yeah, I've had Stella. The one that I would get a lot. Yeah. I was trying to remember if that was the one I got. You know, I living here in the Houston area, the one that I drank a lot of, and I had friends who would offer it to me, was St. Arnold's. But I liked a lot of their beer. I don't know. Have you ever had St. Arnold's? I mean, it may or may not be a silly question. It seems like a lot of people in the area that I've known, at least, have had it one time or another. Yeah, yeah. No, not Lone Star. Although, was it Lone Star? I've been to Shiner. No, that was Shiner beer. I've been to Shiner, Texas, long time ago. But yeah, what do you call it? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's clear in the family was having a fire. Yeah, so why not? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that sounds like a perfect time to have it. I mean, just perfect environment. So I wasn't able to get the Whirlpool Galaxy, so we need to figure out. I need to figure out something else. But yeah, I'm looking forward to some of these galaxies coming around here. Yeah, the Croc's Eye too. Like, that's a good one. Pretty deep, good size for the Seestar. Of course, behind a building for me at the moment. So let's see. Yeah, so it's just been a variety of things. I'm trying to figure out something for the left scope, but the right one, it's kind of the center of the Seagull Nebula. So this is the head, and these are kind of the wings. It's really like too big to image in one shot with the like, you really need to do a mosaic for that. But I didn't want to mess around with a mosaic. I've done a couple of Seestar native mosaics, and I was just getting a high failure rate, or a high rejected frame rate. So I decided to not do a mosaic for this, and yeah, hardly any drop frames. So yeah, just trying to figure out what I want to do for the left scope. There are a ton of galaxies over here. Right in the vacuum cleaner. So many galaxies. What's this one? Oh, that's an interesting one. Have I imaged this one before? Well, let me give it a shot. I don't know if it's obstructed yet, but I'll try. NGC 20. Oh wait, let me see how much more time it has before it goes behind a building. Actually, it might have quite a bit of time, so we'll try it. Oh, it hasn't passed the meridian yet, so it's fine. NGC 2403. C7. I'll do half an hour. I'm gonna really crank up the gain on this. And yeah, let's try that. And hopefully this will pan out. Now, how long did I set a schedule on this? Okay, I did 45 minutes, so I'll just let this one end on its own in another 8 minutes, so that's good. And then is it imaging yet? Yeah, it's like on live view, but it hasn't actually captured a frame yet, so now the main problem is going to be the moon's going to start really. Oh, that's already. The moon is really going to start interfering here in a bit. But it looks okay right now, so that's fine. One stack, one drop. One stack, two drop. It's not off to a great start. Maybe it's struggling because of the extension. But the good thing is this is already starting to, I mean, this is only 20 seconds. It's definitely starting to show something. Actually, let me look at this. I want to see. Yeah, it's plus 65 declination. It's not too high. But maybe it's just the angle the telescope's at is with the maybe there's too much play in the mechanism, or it's just having a hard time tracking for some other reason. But yeah, since I did start this at 7:45 local time, this stream would have to still go more than an hour longer for it to be my longest stream. So yeah, not too bad. Yeah, this as high as the failure rate was on the mosaic. It's doing pretty good right now. But I'm not doing a mosaic, so maybe that's why. Yeah, I don't know why, have I not imaged this before? NGC 2403. No, I've never imaged this before. It seems like a reasonably, I mean, it claims 9th magnitude, which isn't super dim, but size isn't too bad for the Seestar. It's a good size. And given that it's at 3 minutes, it's already starting to show some a bit of structure. So definitely feels like something that if I were to get hour even of data that I have a decent amount to work with. So maybe let me add that to my list. When is this even visible? Like basically when could I start imaging this again? Actually it's been visible all night. Oops. So let me make note of this as something to try again. I could probably I mean you could it's up so long that in equatorial mode I could do like a 7-hour exposure on that. That would be kind of interesting. I wonder if I should try to do that at some point. Or I could do it with... How long could I do Bode's Galaxy? Yeah, I could do Bode's for like 7 hours too. But anyway. Interesting. So yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll do a lot longer. Actually, it's 1:40 and I was going to look at, where was that? Which one was that again? It was 3521. That wasn't until like 3 in the morning, I think. Yeah. Unfortunately. Well, it hasn't. It's risen, but it's behind a building for another 2 hours, so maybe that's not a tonight target. Maybe that's a tomorrow night target, since the moon will be not quite as close. But basically there's a new supernova in this galaxy, so that might be a tomorrow thing, or maybe the next time it's clear thing. Oh, the one on the right finished. So, what else can we do on the right? We've got 2367. There is some nebulosity here, so maybe I'll do it with the light pollution filter on. So a lot of stars there too. So this is the Charlie Brown Christmas tree. Which, not sure why it's called that, but we'll go with it. Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. We'll do I want to do... Okay, So I could do half an hour. Crank up the gain, and I will turn on light pollution just because of the nebulosity there to try to bring up more of it. Now, hopefully, it's going to be low, but hopefully the other telescope doesn't interfere with it. Oh, only one plate solved, so guess not. That's good. Okay. Just waiting for the first stack to show up on the right. I'm gonna quit this. Don't need to be running the app since I'm not doing the mosaics at the moment on the right. It's up to 6 stacked frames, and I see none. Oh, there we go. So, Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. Why is it called that? Charlie Brown's Christmas tree cluster. Doesn't explain why it's maybe it's upside down, and that's kind of, I don't know, not sure, but at least for the sake of completeness and just in time for Christmas, I'm imaging Charlie Brown's Christmas tree cluster. But the galaxy on the left is C7 is definitely 11 minutes. It's not bad for 11 minutes. I mean, especially since the moon is up. I think if I were to get a bunch more data on this and do some processing, I think it could be nice. Galaxy C7. No, not the Samsung Galaxy. NGC. What is the number for it? That's funny. It was NGC 2403. What'd be funny is if there was like Galaxy NGC 2403 C7. Okay. 2403, also known as Caldwell 7. Whoa! Sorry. Jeez. What in the world? Oh, okay. It's only 8 million light years away. Okay. I should image this with hydrogen with a narrowband filter too. Wow. Well, this is cool. Huh. Oops. Definitely want to get more data from this now. It's got a lot of H2 regions on it. So so yeah, and it's not too small. And Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. Yeah, I may end up what do you call it? I'm not feeling particularly tired, but I think I might because of the moon, and also in the interest of saving some for tomorrow night, because I plan on doing another live stream tomorrow evening. I may wrap it up before too long, not immediately, but just a bit of a yeah. So my eyes are dry. It's we had this cool front come through, and it's definitely dried out the air a bit. Not its normal humid kind of environment. Uh-oh. Okay, so I've gotten only 17 minutes on target. I'll have to start this earlier. I think it's done. This one's done because it's that's a building. So I'm gonna stop this one. So that is definitely a keeper for tomorrow. And to be honest, I might... Let's see if there's any really must-dos right now. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, but not... Let me just check one more thing. Well, I wouldn't be able to do that right now anyway. SH2308. Oh, that wasn't. Yeah, that would be a difficult one, the Dolphin Nebula. Looks cool though. Dolphin head. And it's pretty good size, but definitely challenging. Yeah, I think at this point, especially with the moon about to come up. Although, yeah, I say that and then I'm like, oh, let me try M101. I just can't help myself. Actually, I'm going to use the light pollution filter because there's some HA regions on it, so, and with the moon interfering, and I'll kick it off, but I'm not going to keep the stream going until it's done. But yeah, I think, let's see. I'm just going to wait until this starts. Although it's plate solving, that's not a, oh no. I did 2 plate solving and then it succeeded, so that should start capturing. Okay. Oh, I forgot I had to actually switch this to 15-second frames. And you know, maybe that's why it is. No, this one wasn't. Yeah, I guess some of the angles it was dropping more. So maybe tomorrow I'll go back to 10-second frames on this one. Maybe that's part of the problem. It is struggling to track even 15 seconds. All right. Okay. Just waiting for something to show up on this one. Or I should say waiting for the stack to show up. Or is that it? Since I've got the light pollution filter on. Yeah, maybe that's it. Well, I mean, given that the moon is starting to interfere, maybe I should temper my expectations for that. Yeah, anyway, I think I'm going to leave it at that. Thanks everybody for joining. I will be live streaming again tomorrow. I'll start like today sometime between 7 and 8 p.m. US Central. Not 100% sure if it'll be, maybe it'll start at 7, I don't know. But yeah, until, I think I'll leave it at that, and until, let me just make sure that I've got everything ready to go. But yeah, thanks, thanks Chris for joining, and thanks everybody else as well. And I'm trying to make sure I've got everything ready to wrap. I think I do, so Thanks, and I will see you in the next one. Thanks.